Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Christopher Blevins, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Our call-ups, it's going to be our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, day number 4. Welcome all of our riders. If you're just arriving, our registration in the large white tent right now across from our podium. Again, registration available in the large white tent right across from our podium, right on the inside portion of the racetrack. Staging for our young riders, wave number 1. Again, you're going to be just past the black Specialized truck, just past the black Specialized truck. If you're doing the 9:15 and on, any races after 9:15, your staging, well, you'll be gathering up about 15 minutes before your race, will be behind our official stage. Once again, behind the official stage for all of the races after 9:15. First race getting ready to be able to go off will be at 8:15. Our call-up's coming up in about 10 minutes as we continue with day number 4 of the Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, And this is, for everybody, race number 1 of our U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Violic Farms. Race number 1 right here in Fayetteville. Then we're going to be going to Temecula, California. Then to Danville, Virginia, Washington, and then a final in Midway, Utah. It's the third year of the U.S. Cross Country Open Series as we're here in Centennial Park, and we're celebrating the 6th year of our Pro Cup. As a reminder, our first riders to be called up will be junior boys 11-12 for their 8:15 start. 1 minute later will be our junior girls 11-12. They're going off at 8:16. Then 1 minute after that at 8:15 will be junior boys, followed by 8:18 junior girls. Both of those are going to be in our 10 and under class. Junior 10 and unders, both of you are going to be, or actually junior girls 10 and under will be doing 1 lap. Our junior boys 10 and under and junior girls 11-12, you'll be competing in 2 laps. And then our junior boys 11-12, you will be doing 3 laps. Here in Fayetteville, the perfect weekend continues. Beautiful weather, clear skies, the sun's starting to be able to pop up. Right now, current temperature about 70 degrees. Winds are going to be consistent throughout the day between 15 and 17 miles per hour. So going to be a little bit gusty for many of the riders that are out on course, but beautiful day right now, a perfect temperature to be able to get ready for a great mountain bike race course. Oz Trails in Centennial Park. Built from the ground up with the cross-country Olympic format in mind, you're going to have a chance to be able to go over and experience much of the same race course that the pros did over the last couple days. Yesterday, the HC cross-country course. The day before that was the short track. And day number 1 was cross-country as well for many of our juniors and the elite men and the elite women. Once again, stick around. We're 5 minutes out to the start of our call-ups. 5 minutes to our call-ups. Our junior boys and girls 11-12 and 10 and under, make your way to our staging area just past the black Specialized truck. Wave number one for our young riders. We're one minute out to our call-ups. 1 minute to our call-ups. Again, junior boys 11 to 12 and junior girls 11 to 12. Junior boys and girls 10 and under should be just past the black specialized truck. That is where you're going to enter onto the course. You're going to roll out and stop at our start line as we're getting ready to be able to send you guys off for wave number one. Once again, current temperature 70 degrees as it's day number 4 of our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Welcome everyone to Centennial Park. And of course, a big thank you to Walmart, Experience Fayetteville, Dell, Arvis Bank, Ozark Foundation, UAMS Health, Lewis Automotive Group, Orange Seal, Violet Farms, and Athlo Sparks. Just a few of our partners. Beginning with our junior boys, 11 to 12, like to be able to come from West Michigan Coyotes, Sawyer Weaver, Owen Moriskovich, Kaiser Boone, Oliver Rentz, Philip Schwarz, Jonah Carroll, Malachi Gurl, Bradley Brown, Dylan McCullum, Graham Ganson, Asa Davidson, Eli Davidson, Denver Carroll, Carter Simpson, Martin Lopez, Spencer Kunkel, Bear McGarvey, Tom Boybick. Junior girls 11 to 12, you'll be going 1 minute after. Finn Boone, Avery Reno, Sydney Lehman, Naya Moctezuma, Stella Palamaki, Margie Edens, Reese Warnicki, Adeline Huser. Looking for Winston Arango, Ryder Pankey, Max Bender, James Bender, Julian Williford, Kylie Rogers, and Selena Barton. Riders on the line, pay attention. You'll get your final instructions from our chief official. We're underway right now, kicking off our amateur races with our youngest riders. Once again, junior boys 11 to 12. There's 18 riders with our junior boys 11 to 12. Going to have a 1 minute gap up next to the line, calling our junior girls 11 to 12 as you are getting ready to tackle 2 laps of racing.
And that's the start of our junior girls 11 to 12. Heading out for 2 full laps. A couple riders now off the front early on. That hole shot so critical. Final group to the line. And looking at Kylie Rogers and Selena Barton with our junior girls 10 and under. Going to be doing 1 lap. And with that, we're officially underway. All of wave number 1. Have a great race. Kylie Rogers and Selena Barton making their way for their 1-lap races. We are underway with all of our waves. Once again, we have our junior boys and girls 11 to 12 and junior boys and girls 10 and under. Currently right now in the junior boys 11 to 12, Owen Moritzkovich with a lead, riding for Durango Devo, finding himself a little bit off the front. And we got a nice shot right there. Kylie Rogers is the rider in that blue helmet, as Selena Barton is the rider on the front right there. Got a couple sweepers behind them to be able to make sure they all are able to complete lap number 1, as we want to be able to make sure all of our young riders have a safe, but more importantly, a fun ride here at our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. All these riders out here, they're the future of the sport as we continue with day number 4. In the meantime, our first group going off is on Powerline Hill Climb. They're on that uphill coming up, and you can imagine when you're 10 years old, the hill climb that the pros did has got to feel like a giant mountain as they're trying to be able to make their way up. Yeah, Frankie, looking at the race temperatures, it's about 70 degrees right now. Wind has moved back in, though. Wind gusts upwards of 21 miles per hour out of the south. So a little bit of a breezy morning here as we welcome spring this weekend in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Shot there by our 10U girls as they make their way into the woods. That's a shot back at our 10 and under boys now.
Once again, for our amateur riders for our 9:15 start, staging will be at 9 a.m. Again, you need to be behind the official stage at 9 a.m. Nice shot right there. Avery Reno with Ozark Off-Road Cyclist with the pink pockets on the back of her jersey. Rider just in front of her, just tapping on the pedals like Pogacar going up the climb. Again, 4 different categories out here racing at one time right now. They're in a little bit of a shorter loop than what we're going to see a little bit later on. Once we get into our other categories, they're going to be tackling a 4.2-mile course, a little bit longer. There's Ty Katie, gotten out of shape, so he's having to ride with the 10-year-olds. That's our promoter and event organizer of the U.S. Pro Cup. Ty's on an electric bike as well because it's the only way he can keep up nowadays. 8:53 coming through. That's going to be Ryder Pankey with West Michigan Coyotes. That's going to be James Bender with the Bender family. Molly Maid Byron Health.
Yeah, Frankie, looking at these courses, the 12U course for 11, 12-year-olds looks like it's about 2.6 miles around with still 250 feet of elevation found. So definitely a punchy course for our younger athletes as well. That's been the narrative throughout the week for professional and amateur athletes. This course definitely packs a punch. Look back there at James Bender with Molly Maid Byron Health and Healing. As he starts that climb.
Bender's got a couple brothers that race, older brothers that race also as well. Very good family of cyclists as we're watching James making his way up that climb all by himself. Beautiful day out here in Fayetteville. Again, temperature is about 70 degrees, a little bit breezy, but riders definitely going to have a great time as we're going back to our youngest category out there, the 10 and under, and they're sticking together. So we got a nice little battle taking place right now as Kylie Rogers with the Molly Maid Byron Health and Selena Barton working together. Behind it are 2 sweepers, making sure they do a fantastic job. And, of course, a big thank you to the great job all weekend long to UAMS Official, the official medical provider. A huge thank you to that medical team taking care of racers coming from the University of Arkansas Medical Sciences. I got a feeling Selena's going to be happy it's only doing 1 lap, not having to do more. Getting ready to hit that hill is going to be able to figure out that shifting because you're not going to make it up in that power gear. So,
yeah, our junior girls 10 and under doing 1 lap, junior boys doing 2 laps, and then our junior girls 11 to 12 doing 2 laps, and our junior boys 11 to 12 doing 3 laps. So, we'll call out the who's who here as our younger athletes now push up that experienced Fayetteville power climb. Again, this is that same climb we saw the likes of like Christopher Blevins make the move during the short track for a win. Haley Batten was Specialized, made her move right here as well for a win. And so pretty incredible to see these young athletes given the opportunity to share the same course and infrastructure, racing towards the same finish line today as our elite athletes have been racing towards all week long.
yeah, Kylie Rogers making her move right here on that power climb, trying to be able to get a little bit of a gap away from Selena Barton. We're moments away from having our first riders, I believe, make their way around coming through Talladega Turn to be able to complete lap number 1. Should be our junior boys 11 to 12. Owen Merskovich had the lead in that red jersey. He rides for Durango Devo. He's got his 2 sisters that they're very capable of winning, and they have winning, Leah Merskovich and Anna Merskovich. So Owen can't be the second fiddle at the dinner table, so he's got to be able to come out here and try to be able to get a victory himself.
Good look as they come over. Kind of that's the eastern boundary of the course. They're out there going past that same feed zone that we saw our elite athletes ride past. Of course, the elite athletes, they would take a left here and go across the road and do that World Cup 5 drop. Our 12 and under, Frankie, not going to be doing that this morning. As you see, they just straight line past that. They're going to power up and over this flyover here and then be on approach to Stonehenge.
That's Ryder Pankey riding alongside of Julian Williford. They got their own little battle. Williford's with that green jersey coming out of Crested Butte, and then Ryder Pankey with West Michigan Coyotes just behind. Both of those riders are going to see 1 lap to go when they come around. They're in the 10 and under. And again, waiting to get an eye on our junior boys 11 to 12 as they're out there on the course somewhere completing their circuit. A little bit longer lap for all of our riders. Then it's different than the starter lap than what we've had for our HC races and our short track.
Now you can see the wind, those riders working against the wind. Again, there's a wind out of the south, so kind of a crosswind here as they approach the start-finish line. Like I said, these athletes going to get the one to go this time through. And there's a look at the flags. You can see the wind just gusting across the top of the mountain. The good thing is most of the course sets off the north side of the mountain, what's called Millsap Mountain in Centennial Park here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Frankie, once they drop off the mountaintop during their laps, they're kind of hidden from the wind a little bit.
Yeah, and then Brandon, my name's Frankie Andrea alongside Brandon Pack. Brandon, would you say this is the more exposed section of the entire race course?
Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it, either from the wind or just the elements, we'll call it. We know that we've had nothing but abundant sunshine all week long, and so as these race days go on, it's gotten hotter. We saw that yesterday in the Elite and the U23 fields in the afternoon. We got upwards of 90 degrees, so a lot of exposure up on the mountaintop, both wind and sun.
One to go, riders. One to go. One to go. So once again, that's Williford and Pankey coming through.
There's Williford right there. As Max Bender and Owen Morzovich and Winston Arango come through in that 10 and under. Owen going to be leading them in for our 11-12 age group race, Frankie.
Yeah, Owen Morzovich leading that race, so a nice ride by him in that junior boys 11 to 12.
He's got 2 to go. Our junior boys 10 and under on their final lap, the bell lap, getting 1 to go that time through. And you can see the race tape whipping around out there. And so this part of the course, definitely the riders definitely going to be able to feel that wind. Kind of a tailwind, though, that pushes them off the mountaintop back into the trees right here. And so as soon as they drop off any type of elevation, they find themselves in a little better position where
Junior boys 11 to 12. That's going to be 2 to go for you guys. Junior boys 2 to go. That's going to be Kunkel, Schwartz. Here comes Kaiser Boone as well.
currently sitting in front for our 10 and under boys, it was Julian Wilford leading them through last time through. And for our junior boys 11 to 12, top four, Owen Morsevich, Spencer Kunkel, Philip Schwartz, and Kaiser Boone. Podium's going to be 5 deep. Did confirm that with the race director, Ty Katie. So we'll be doing podium awards throughout the day, and we're going to recognize the efforts of as many athletes as we can. Going to do podiums 5 deep for all of our amateur races here today.
So that chase group that came by is only about 7 seconds back, I think. Or Kunkel is about 30 seconds back on the junior leader, 11 to 12. And then there's a chase group right behind them, only about 7 seconds back. Nice ride right here on the screen as these guys are flying through that very tricky turn. I'm telling you, out of the saddle right now, pushing the pace. Oz Development Team, Spencer Kunkel. That's number 762 with that pink jersey on. Those guys are currently in the top 5. We got a nice shot right there as that is going to be one of our other riders. And that's Martin Lopez.
Naya Moctezuma just coming through, leading our junior girls 11 to 12 competition. Sydney Lehman also making her way through. Currently second wheel in our junior girls competition, 11-12. And I believe on approach now, Kylie Rogers going to be the first across the line for our junior girls 10 and under. Unofficially going to give her the win today for our junior girls 10 and under. Congratulations to Kylie Rogers with Molly Maid Byron Health. Great job out there. As Sawyer Weaver comes through. Bradley Brown.
On screen right now, that's your race leader, Owen Moriskovich, coming up from our junior boys 11 to 12, doing a nice job. Bender, I think, is one of the riders that's behind him. So Moriskovich just turning the pedals over, establishing a gap and keeping the gap. When they come around, they're going to be seeing 1 lap to go. So they still got quite a little bit of racing still left.
Owen, part of that Durango Devo squad. You know, Durango seen the likes of a lot of athletes coming out of Durango. Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos, a lot, you know, just really seems to be a factory for youth development. Yeah,
a hotbed for development, exactly. Moment ago, we saw Oliver Reitz.
As Avery Reno comes through with 1 to go. Good look at a couple of our younger athletes battling that wind out there as they make their way past.
Nice drone shot. Web stream being brought to you today by USA Sports Inc. Bringing the live web stream not only to our Walmart Pro Cup fueled by Honey Stinger, but also to all of our U.S. Cross Country Open Series. A big thank you to USA Sports Inc. Looking for some web stream, looking for some live coverage. They can do it from cycling to running. You have an event, they have the coverage. You can see they have the great drone coverage and the fixed cameras, bringing 4 days of live coverage as we're going back to our races right now. Is Dylan McCallum in that blue jersey making his way up that hill.
Martin Lopez there in the shot, and that right there is a good shot of Naya Moctezuma with North Shore Raiders.
And that was our leader coming through last lap. Naya raced, I think, the short track, not yesterday, but the day before in our short track. So Naya Moctezuma from North Shore Raiders leading her division. Trying to be able to chase her down, though, is going to be Sydney Lehman with Team Booger in that red jersey. I don't know, maybe that might only be about a 5-second gap. So we got a battle going on between Lehman and Moctezuma right now.
Yeah, and these 11, 12-year-olds are on their final lap now. As our junior girls 11, 12 doing 2 full laps. Back here at Sawyer Weaver with the West Michigan Coyotes. That's Malachi Garrell here with Fundevo. Oliver Reentz in your screen, as well as Graham Ganson with Move Up Cycling Club.
Very different.
Still all together, Frankie.
Yeah, and look how some are in the saddle and some are out of the saddle. Very different techniques coming from some of these different riders. Bender sitting in second position there in that blue jersey as we're going back up here. That's Asa Davidson, number 864, that we just had a shot of.
And Jonah Carroll there with the North Shore Raiders. And there's Avery Reno with that OORC race team, dropping back down into the woods on her final lap.
Sawyer Weaver, West Michigan Coyotes, out of the saddle, keep pushing the pace. Sawyer's in that 11 to 12 group. When he comes around, they'll be seeing 1 lap to go. That's what we're waiting for our leader, for Owen Moritzkovich, to be able to make his way around. When he does, he'll be seeing 1 lap to go. So one of our sweepers doing a fantastic job making sure all of our kids are able to make it through this course. It's a challenging course for our amateurs as much as it was for the professionals.
Bradley Brown makes his way through the woods. Shot back now to Avery Reno. Shout out to the Ozark Off-Road Cyclist, Frankie. She's racing for the IMBA chapter that maintains the trails here in Fayetteville. Shout out to the volunteers taking care of the trails here at Centennial Park and other venues across the community.
It's a great point. The trails can't just take care of themselves.
They don't maintain themselves.
Right. No, I never thought about that. Somebody's got to come out here and make sure that these things are suitable, because this is open to the public like all year long. And so there's a lot of work that goes in being able to keep these trails represented at a world-class level for the general public and for the high professionals.
Yep, since 1997, the Ozark Off-Road Cyclist has been taking care of the trail, building and maintaining trails here in Fayetteville and across Northwest Arkansas. Get a good look there at Denver Carroll.
Yeah, he's having a little bit of a conversation, wondering what's going on with that.
Maybe getting their time split.
Look, he's talking to him. I think he doesn't like the sweeper riding behind him. He's like, you just go ahead in front of me. I don't want you like putting pressure on me. He's going to catch him a little bit later on and drop him. He's doing a fantastic ride, though. I know it's difficult. I know it's hard out there, but this is a great job that Denver's doing right there as we're looking a little bit further back to Finn Boone.
All right, we got like a little two-up sprint here happening at the finish line as Julian Ford coming across the line, going to take the win for our 10 and under boys after 2 hot laps. Ryder Pankey right there riding second wheel. Those two brought it 10 and under, Frankie, bringing it down to a sprint finish. A little two-up sprint action here at the finish line.
Yeah, sprint for the 10 and under, so congratulations to those 2 riders. Hey, your podium will be coming up a little bit later on. Oh, on my other sheet of paper, I actually had podium times. I don't have the podium times on here now.
Give you an update on when to expect podiums as more athletes now on approach. Getting a shot of Max Bender wrapping up his race, fighting that crosswind as he does.
Bringing it in, Max Bender.
Going to find himself in third. We'll see Max on the podium later this morning. Shot back here at the rest of the field. That is Reese Warneck with Oz Devo. Riders mixing up. Bear McGarver now on your screen, as well as Adeline Husser. Some of our volunteers out there sweeping our.
Look at the effort.
11, 12,
Look at that effort from Adeline Husser, just pulling on the handlebars and pedaling as hard as you can as we got another rider coming in. Winston Arango. All done, finished up, all done for Winston. That's going to be a top 5, so that'll put Arango on the podium as well.
Now they're approaching that experienced Fayetteville power climb. Athletes looking over the shoulder for separation.
I was out here Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Friday and Saturday today. But yeah.
Just grinding out that climb for a final time this morning for our 11-12 junior boys and girl category races here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Day 4 of 4 of what has just really been 4 incredible days of racing. Got another full slate of racing today. As on course now are truly, as Frankie said, the future of the sport. Back to racing. Up next, 9:15, gonna be our junior girls 15-16, followed by our junior girls 13-14. We saw them in action, 15, 16-year-olds during that short track competition on Friday. And 10:25 is gonna be the start of our junior boys 15-16. What has been, I really think, one of the most exciting races of the week as more of our athletes come in was that junior boys 15-16 short track competition on Friday. Just an exhilarating 20-minute race after 2 qualifying heats. So many 15, 16-year-old boys, we had to break the short track up into quali heats in that main event on Friday afternoon. Probably my favorite race of the week so far in that 15, 16-year-old short track competition. So excited about their XC race later today. We got another rider making their way through Stonehenge here. You see the wind there whipping. Coming out of the south again. Over 20 miles per hour winds up here at the top of the venue, and so these younger athletes, I'm sure, Frankie, they're feeling that as they've got this crosswind as they approach the finish line. And this is going to be Owen Morswich, our junior boys 11-12, coming across the line.
He's got 1 lap to go, so Morisevich continues to be able to make his way through. He's got a pretty good lead, decent lap time, coming in with an 11:58. As Morisevich is our current leader in 11-12. So all the 11-12s have 1 lap to go. Everybody else will be finishing as they come through. As a reminder for all of our parents and the kids that already finished, podium for all of this wave will be at 11:15, about 11 o'clock. Podium will be at about 11 o'clock.
Well, so our 11-12 boys are going to go out with 1 to go. Our 11-12 girls on their final lap, Frankie. So next time through, should be seeing the winner of our junior girl 11-12-year-old girls competition. I think last time we saw them out there, it was, we had Naya Moctezuma leading the way, Sydney Lehman right there. There was a few second gap from first to second. So we'll see how that race unfolded. As next time through, it's going to be for the win for our junior girls 11-12. So we got another athlete now on approach here. That's going to be James Bender wrapping up his race in our 10 and under boys division.
Unofficially, I think he's going to be able to get himself on the podium with that 5th place. Bender trying to be able to make his way around and in. James Bender moving up 19 spots to be able to come across the line. Excellent job out there for a 5th place and a podium. Philip Schwartz coming through. Junior boys 11 to 12. You got 1 to go, 1 to go. So Schwartz coming through unofficially is 2nd place right now. He's about a couple minutes down on the current leader, Oren Mariskovich. Spencer Kunkel getting ready to be able to come through. That's unofficially going to be 3rd with 1 lap to go. And then we have Kaiser Boone. Come on, Kaiser, you can catch him. Spencer's just in front of you. Nice shot right there. Mariskovich just kind of riding his own tempo. Final lap. Again, they're doing a total of 3 laps. Now all of our junior boys 11 to 12 on their last lap. Everybody else coming in for the finish. As a reminder for riders, if you're just arriving, registration is right next to our podium area in the big white tent. Registration available in the white tent. And for all of our next riders, staging is behind the official stage. Again, your staging at 9 a.m. is behind the official stage.
More riders coming through in our junior boys 11-12. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
That was your winner, Naya, coming through with the junior girls 11 to 12. She should be done. Naya all done. Naya all done.
Taking the win. We'll get an idea of the time splits in a little bit, but she was out there battling it out with Sydney Lehman with Team Booger in our junior girl 11 to 12 competition.
Eli Davidson making his way in. Sydney Lehman, you're all done. You finished up. That's a great ride. Lehman finishing up 2nd. Davidson making his way down now. He's going to have 1 lap to go as well. One to go, Eli. Here comes Stella. That's going to be a podium for her. Big sprint right now. Cheer him on. Malachi Gurel and Stella. So Palamaki, unofficially, you're going to be in 3rd. Congratulations, all done. Malachi, you got 1 more lap. Nice shot right there. Philip Schwartz with that red jersey, kind of riding his own tempo, making his way up the climb. And look at this, out of the saddle right now. I think that's going to be Spencer Kunkel in that pink jersey that was there. That's Dylan McCollum in that blue jersey. So a nice little battle going on with McCollum. Again, unofficially, Dylan McCollum currently in 5th. He's with another rider, so that's a battle for the podium right there, that blue jersey and white jersey, battling it out for 5th and 6th place. Jonah and Sawyer, you got 1 lap to go, 1 to go. Our cutoff time is coming up relatively quickly at 8:45. It's supposed to be a cutoff time for this group of riders, so we're going to have to wait to see what the officials decide. What? Nice job, Dylan McCollum again on the front right there with that blue jersey pushing the pace. You can see the riders, some of these riders coming into Stonehenge, making their way around. There's that white jersey I was talking about with Martin Lopez.
Fly cautiously.
Avery Reno all done. Congratulations. And finishing up with fourth in our junior girls 11 to 12. Bradley Brown came through just a little bit ago with 1 lap to go. Malachi Gurel, Fundevo team. Malachi looking like he's riding on a giant bike. Those 29er wheels definitely very big. That's Oliver Rentz taking his time, making sure he's going to be able to stay upright over a few of these turns. Got those nice bright pink gloves, making it very distinctive to be able to pick him out.
Eli Davidson there with North Shore Raiders. Staying hydrated out on course.
You can see Eli kind of sat up a little bit, took a little bit of a rest to get a drink of water, then locked back in. Look at those elbows tucked in, and he's got the determination. He's rocking back and forth on that bike, trying to be able to get up that long climb. Wind picking up. It's blowing around here like mad.
Yeah, of course, conditions dry and dusty, as you see that right there on your screen kicking up dust. That's been the story all week long, though, is definitely spring. The wind brought spring temps to town. As we started about 19 degrees on Monday, over 90 yesterday. But good amount of wind throughout the week. Nothing like we've seen in years past, but this morning definitely a breezy morning here at Centennial Park.
That was Oliver Rentz on the screen, just making his way up. That's Graham Ganson now with Move Up Cycling.
Looking to move up there, see if you can.
Like the style out of the saddle, just kind of using a little bit of the body weight, swaying the bike back and forth. Got the head down to be able to keep powering forward. And that's Asa Davidson with North Shore Raiders.
Riders dropping back into the woods for a final time on the day.
Our 10 and under had a little bit shorter circuit than our 11 and 12. They had a little bit longer circuit. Finished up with Finn Boone. Congratulations. That's going to be 5th place for putting you on the podium. And Adeline Huser finishing up as well. Junior girls 11 to 12 going to have a little bit of a group coming in with Margie Edens. And next is going to be Reese Warnicki to be able to come across the line. Nice shot of our overhead drones looking down through the trees. How many acres is Centennial Park? Do you know?
228-acre public park. The city purchased the property in 2018. Development started in 2019, all ahead of that 2021 inaugural U.S. Pro Cup here at the venue. This is celebrating 6 years of some of the, what is the premier mountain bike competition in the country year after year.
Yeah, it's a big area. It's got lots of, it's not just, 1 mile of mountain biking, a lot of miles of mountain biking. All done. Nice job out there. Are we doing the cutoff? We're going to start doing the cutoff. So all riders are going to be done. They're not going to be able to go out for their final lap as we're cutting things off. So that means everybody will be finishing. So we'll be trying to call that out as they come through. That was Carter Sampson, number 945, coming through, all done.
That's where.
Well. Once again, staging for all of our next categories will be behind your official stage. Again, staging for our next categories behind the official stage. Starting off at 9:15. You should be over there at about 9 a.m. It's going to be our junior girls 15 to 16, junior girls 13 to 14, and then our category 1 women, and then our pro category 1, and a whole slew of other ones all going off. So check the schedule again. If you're in that second wave going off between 9:15 and 9:30, you're going to be meeting up behind. Hey, Owen, congratulations. You're winner of the junior boys. Owen Mariskovich sneaking in. A great ride out there. Lap time 11:58, so another fantastic ride by Mariskovich. Again, he's got his 2 sisters, so he's going to be able to sit at that table as a winner right alongside of Anna and Leah, as they were both winners as well.
Shot there of an athlete on approach here as they turn the corner through that Talladega-like turn on Stonehenge. Going to drop down here. That's going to be Owen Morsevich in the chute now, and Bear McGarvey as well.
I think that's probably the last. I think so. Because they cut him off.
That's Bear McGarvey finishing up.
I'm just waiting for the sweep.
Oh.
That way.
I don't know if today they're doing it, but I know all the other long track races started with those short.
Look back here at
started
Denver
short,
Carroll,
and then after everybody came through the first time, they'd switched over.
just powering
I don't know
through
if that's
this
going to be how it is today, but that's how it's been all week.
course this morning here at beautiful Centennial Park.
Yeah. They had usually one of you guys come through on a bike and
Right.
yeah.
Quick shout out to Slay Development, bringing you the results ticker today.
And,
Slay
can I ask
Devo
you
is
a
the
weird
first
favor?
complete athlete development pathway built to take
take a
riders
picture
from
of me?
NICA to elite. Learn more at slaydevo.com as we're looking at truly the future of the sport. Starting things off this morning with
you know,
our
I
junior
don't get
boys
too
and
many
girls 11 to 12 and
opportunities
10
to,
and under age
Get
group
a good
racing
shot of
here
myself, and I don't do it
at the
often
Walmart
enough.
Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
You don't have to climb all the way up here.
More riders coming through here, and shot there
Here we go, yeah.
of Denver Carroll.
I don't know. I'm just
We
trying
got
to
a
take
2-up
pictures
sprint
taken
here
in
happening
general,
at the
but
finish line while we watch this young athlete on this climb here.
mind
And
coming
that-
around here and kind of
And that was Kaiser Boone and Spencer Kunkel with Oz Devo battling it out, taking it to the line.
Just
Get your face in there.
Once again, we'll go back to race action at 9:15 as we wrap up our junior boys 11, 12, and junior girls and boys 10 and under. Up next going to be our Cat 1, our junior girls 15, 16. Saw them in action in the short track on Friday. A lot of
Awesome.
development teams here from
Thank you.
across the country. As the 2026 mountain bike season getting underway this weekend, round one of the USXC Open Series.
I didn't catch your name, by the way.
USXC Open has become the premier national cross-country series to chase in 2026. This 5-round national series starts this weekend here in Arkansas, then moves throughout the country. We're headed to California in April, then on to Virginia, Washington, and Utah, making it the premier national cross-country series. Over $80,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs, as well as 10 category titles. Today's competition is the kickoff for our 15, 16, and 13, 14-year-old category race in that USXC Open.
Bike parts with
As Martin Lopez comes in across the line.
spring breakers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's been nuts.
Going to be
Yeah,
heading with that
I
finish.
imagine
Martin's
so.
going to round out our top 5 in
what?
our junior boy 11 to 12.
Oh,
I believe
yeah,
everything
no.
I say is officially
Well, it is
unofficial.
pretty-
pretty
As
warm
Dylan
later in the
McCallum
day,
comes in
but,
as
yeah.
well.
I mean, it's still windy down here, but it's like in the
Shot there
It's like
of
70 degrees right now. or something.
From our volunteers out on course this morning.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I mean, yesterday.
Shout out to
the wind
Oz
just
Mountain
kinda
Bike
stopped
Patrol
up
there.
here.
You can see him
Oh,
there
did
on
it?
your
Yeah.
screen,
So
sweeping
listen,
our
real hot.
younger
Yeah. It wasn't very windy at all.
age group
up
races
here.
this
We're
morning.
getting a
Make
whole
sure
lot
everybody
of,
gets around the course.
We're getting a whole lot of circulation.
Right.
So yeah, the riders were feeling.
This morning was great for riding.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think we got up to 91
And
yesterday.
again, today's competition is round one of the USXC Open Series presented by Violet Farms for our 15, 16-year-old boys and girls and our junior boys and girls 13, 14 age group. So plus you'll be able to see some of the fastest master category cross-country racers out here all day today.
Decided
We
to
had
warm on
record
up.
cold before and record heat a week later.
Yeah.
Now another rider here on approach into Stonehenge.
I think we got a minute. I think 9:15.
That's when the next one goes.
Yeah. I got the schedule on my phone.
A young rider fighting that wind. You can see the wind whip it here this morning. I expect it to die down a little bit. It seems to be the windiest here at daybreak, but winds upwards of, definitely over 20 mile per hour gusts. These riders are battling here. It's a crosswind coming right out of the south. As this young rider now, Eli Davidson, wrapping up his race.
Eli wearing that bright yellow jersey, can spot him. A fantastic ride, making his way in, coming out of that North Shore Raiders. Still got a few more riders that are out on course. Again, in about the next 5 minutes, we need our next wave to go behind the official stage. Again, behind the official stage, that is where your staging is. You'll be starting back there, going off in 2-minute increments in between the different waves. Obviously, a lot of different laps as well. We'll be able to try to be able to keep track of everything that's happening there. A huge group of our next wave of riders getting ready to be able to take place on day number 4 of the Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
There's Malachi Garrell now comes through. We start to see some of those athletes move over there, Frankie. But Malachi Garrell coming in, wrapping up his race.
That's it for the rest of the day, right? You want me to take
8-4 secured on cross-country course.
any lead that go up?
Graham Ganson coming across the line here. Once again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Make sure to follow us on your socials as well for some great behind the scenes and bonus footage on Insider MTB. And once again, today's live stream being presented by our friends at USA Sport Inc. Professional commercial videography, documentary, product photography, action photography, and of course live streaming. The team behind the team. I think USA Sport Inc. Is Asa Davidson now wrapping up his race. And it's been an exciting 6th year so far. Once again, day 4 of 4 for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Great to see a dry year here this year. Last year, years past, we've been doing this now 6 years. We've seen all different kinds of weather conditions here at the venue. Last year, a really unprecedented windy year as a windstorm in the region, about 10 straight days came through and Made for some pretty challenging race conditions. Is Johan Carroll now coming across, Jonah coming across the line here. Nice little post up. At the venue, you can see it's starting to definitely come alive this morning, as you're going to see some big fields later today when we get into our junior women 15-16, junior girl 13-14. As Sawyer Weaver and Bradley Brown now wrapping up their race. Well done, gentlemen. And of course that junior men 15-16 going to be a huge field of athletes as they kick off their 2026 US XC Open Series, getting round 1 to 5. Today's competition counts as round 1 of what will be 5 round series on the 2026 calendar. A little break in the action. Going to thank some of our partners, starting with our title partner, Walmart, here in Northwest Arkansas. We're in the heart of Walmart country with its newly opened headquarters just up the road. Walmart is a global omni-channel retail leader with nearly 11,000 stores and wholesale clubs in 19 countries and numerous e-commerce platforms, including Walmart.com. And shout out to Honey Stinger. Honey Stinger is dedicated to helping individuals achieve their active goals. Based in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, Honey Stinger has been fueling athletes since 2001 with its range of great tasting sports fuel, from waffles and chews to gels and bars. Thank you, Honey Stinger. And a reminder, we're going to do a call to staging. So this is our call to staging for our next wave of racing scheduled for 9:15. So if you're in that next wave, Sunday wave, what is wave 2, you need to start making your way to staging. Again, staging going to be behind the black trailer on the other side of the start finish. So we're staging folks off of the start grid here. Just crossed at the crossing just east of the finish line. Again, call to staging for all of our athletes in Wave 2 this morning.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
This is InsiderMTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
All right, thanks. So tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com, catching the start of our junior women 15-16 and junior girl 13-14 competition now taken to the course. Then you're getting a shot of the start grid. The rest of our age group category racing in wave 2. We got 4 waves of racing today. We'll be able to shake out who's who and who's doing what. They get settled in with one proper lap. Course 4 miles each and every time around, just over 400 feet of elevation gain. Races here getting started in this wave 2 of 4 of racing here today. A big group here heading out into the woods. Again, race course 4 miles each and every time around. And hole shot so critical in these competitions because they get to the single track fast. There's not a traditional start loop like we saw in some of our UCI XCO competition earlier in the week. So we drop onto single track pretty quick. You can see right here already on the single track. Going to be single file, but with, depending on how many laps they're doing, some of these categories will be doing 2, some will be doing 3. We'll be able to break down that action for you once we get all these races started in wave number 2. Out on course right now is our junior women 15-16 and junior girls 13-14, both of those age groups part of that USXC Open Series. Race 1 of 5 in that series here today. Little different course, still share some of the same elements that we've seen for our UCI athletes earlier in the week. A little different course design for our amateur XC categories. Still plenty of elevation out there, though. We'll be able to pick out some parts of the course that were similar to our UCI XCO competitions. But plenty of climbing here at Centennial Park. Does start with about a mile descent, Frankie, so the course does start from the top of the mountain as they drop off on what's called learner's permit. About that 1 mile marks where that first series of climbs starts. There's about 4 climbs. Going to go up and down the mountain about 4 different times each and every lap as you get a shot there as some of our athletes still all together. Again, big fields here for our junior women 15-16, junior girls 13-14.
These riders right now doing a good job of sticking together, very evenly matched. You got to, you always got to start off strong to be able to make sure you're in a good position to be able to get that hole shot, be able to have a kind of a nice line on that first downhill. And of course, they've done a half a lap now on that gradual long uphill. Good test of fitness. Warm up, very important in the start of one of these mountain bike races. And so, again, this is going to be our first 2 groups that took off, is with our junior girls 15-16 covering 3 laps and our junior girls 13-14 covering 2 laps.
Yeah, race temps now already up to 75 degrees, calling for highs of 89. Winds continue to blow through the venue, upwards of 28 miles per hour out of the south. But when they're off the north side of the mountain here, where a lot of the race course is, they're going to be hidden from that wind. It's not until they get up to the top, to the plateau top here of Millsap Mountain, that they're going to feel that wind. And again, gust upwards of 30 miles per hour, Frank. You're going to feel that.
Yeah, and a little bit earlier with our younger riders, the 10 and under and 11 and 12, you can imagine a 30-mile-an-hour wind on that little body would push them right off.
Yeah, you weigh 40 kilos. It's just going to blow you off the top of the mountain.
And so, we're going to have some smaller riders out there. There's all different sizes that are in the sport of cycling. So, got to be able to hang out of those handlebars. Absolutely, for sure. We got another group standing on the line, getting ready for their race start. Coming up on 9:23, it's going to be our Category 2 girls, 15-16. Again, Cat 2 girls, 15-16. And then followed after that, for our 9:25 group, be a big group with more of our women. The Bear National Riders, it's going to be Maritzkevich, I believe, on the front. Anna and Leah Maritzkevich. Their brother, remember their brother earlier, won? So the pressure is on the Maritzkevich sisters to see if they can win again today. They were victorious, short track yesterday. They had a great ride, and so Bear National Riders right now, the Maritzkevich sisters, starting to be able to push the pace.
Yeah, that's the leader, maybe the lead of our 15, 16-year-old junior women's competition. It looks like our final wave of racing. Now they've still got a few more to roll up here. Take that back. But the next wave of racing heading out here into the woods.
That's our Category 2, 15-16 out of the saddle, starting to attack. Wow, big dig right from the beginning. Look at that. Putting it into a big gear.
Again, all these athletes racing the same course from here on out today. As we got through our youngest of our young riders, started the day off with our 10 and under and 11-12 age group racing, but now going to open things up for these athletes with a 4-mile course. Haven't really seen learner's permit, which is where these riders are dropping into, featured in years past, as we really needed a dry and dusty year to be able to activate that section of the mountain. That north side of the mountain doesn't see a lot of sunshine, so it holds a little bit of moisture, but it's been just dry and dusty all week long, and so that course is going to hold up well there. Good shot there at some of our riders. That's Leah Morsovich, that Bear National squad in that 15-16 category. setting the pace now. Still all together, it looks like you got a lead selection of 4, Frankie, but big group of riders behind our leaders as we get another wave off the start line here. Again, full day of amateur racing here at the venue, but several of these age groups are part of the USXC Open, specifically our junior women 15-16 and junior girls 13-14. Again, beautiful day here in Fayetteville, Northwest Arkansas. Just windy. The wind has brought in spring-like temperatures. I'd say yesterday afternoon felt almost like summer. We joined in the live stream on InsiderMTB.com. We had Todd Wells with us all afternoon, helping us call the action for the elite men and U23 men. Great conversations. Reminder, all this week's races are archived and available on InsiderMTB on YouTube. Go back if you didn't catch that action, you're able to. And speaking of action here, starting to pick up the pace. Bear National with the lead of our junior women 15-16, starting to spread things out here up on top as they made their way back to this flat top, kind of the plateau of the mountaintop.
That's a national champion in one of our younger categories going through right there.
Yeah, Sylvia Pelmaki with Sisu Cycles Factory Racing, part of that junior girls 13-14 race. If they settle in, you can see a lot of riders now out on course, but once they settle in and they come through start-finish area, we'll get an idea of some time splits and really keep up with the action as these breaks are happening all over course.
Nice shot right there, watching that rider come through. It's going to be Quinn Kramer. Just behind, doing a great ride as well, is going to be Ella Stevens with the Thaden School. So a combination of different categories that are all out there making their way through. Nice job, Lily Aronson we just saw, and then trying to be able to catch up to those leaders right now. Got a little bit of a tough job in front of her. Is going to be Kenzie Ruckel with that red jersey.
Yeah, Lily Aronson, no stranger to the region. She travels up for a lot of races, has found a lot of success at an early age in gravity racing and enduro racing here in Arkansas. Great to see her out here racing endurance early season.
Very distinctive jersey, sitting on that rider going up the hill right there, as that is trying to look up that number really quickly, as Nora Hackensack with that white end jersey coming through.
And there in the screen, Zoe Laloy with Gray Ghost Stars leading a big bunch of athletes there as they make their way through the woods here on the north side of Centennial Park.
Just saw Dovie Allen coming through as well, and then Elizabeth Lindsay now turning the pedals over.
Part of our amateur 17 and 18-year-old age group race here today.
Scout Pointer just makes her way through.
That was a look there at Sylvia Palmaki on that climb and that Experience Fayetteville power climb.
4.2 miles around for a course. You can imagine being on one of those long uphills. You get hit by one of these 25-mile-an-hour gusts. That's going to, the hill's going to slow you down, but that gust is going to slow you down even more. Hit you to a standstill, as it's going to be very challenging for these riders that are out here, coming out here, to be able to tackle this cross-country course.
Mara Williamson now makes her way through with Bespoke's Real Estate, Star Foundation. And on her wheel there is Amelia Fulmer with Cell Cycling.
Excellent job as Cassidy Clark, look at that, got the head down, driving, trying to be able to get up to the finish, and then that's going to be Isabel Cianchillo. It's going to be in our 17-18 group. Even though it's 70 degrees, you got to hydrate. You'll see these riders taking drinks of waters at certain times as they are out there. So super important to be able to stay hydrated. Amelia Schroeder in the junior girls 13-14, trying to be able to go right around the outside is going to be Nora Hackensack.
Going with her is Quinn Miller. As now Maeve Jones comes through the screen there.
That's Juliana Sarton in that blue jersey.
All right, shot here back to our finish line. I think this is going to be one of our Morswich sisters. This should be the first group. This was the first off the line in this wave, which was our junior women 15-16. Again, race number 1 for them for the USXC Open Series here this weekend in Fayetteville. Representing that Bear National team. And that is Anna Morswich. I think that's a shot back at her sister. Those two were off the front early, but it does look like Anna now setting the pace for Bear National early in our junior women 15-16-year-old age group race. We saw them last in competition during Friday's short track as more of our athletes now pulling through. That's going to be Elsa Harrison in that group. Now looking back at Samantha Braden with Three Cats Racing. Now shot back at our leader of our junior women 15-16. As you can see, the flags add attention there. That's how strong the wind is as it's pushing across out of the south. So this will be a crosswind as they make their way through. See, almost time trial style, Frankie, as she gets low, kind of punch through this wind. And that is Anna Morswich setting the pace now for our junior women 15-16. Finds herself well off the front after 4 miles of racing. They're doing 3 full laps, so a 12-mile race, Frankie, about 1,200 feet of elevation gain. Pretty normal elevation, 100 feet per mile. That's mountain biking here in Fayetteville, Northwest Arkansas.
Riders coming through, seeing 2 laps to go for our 15-16. Anna came through. She was the winner of the short track earlier. Leah Moriskovich, her sister, now has a little bit of company with Zoe Leclerc and Alexandra Paskowicz. Great ride by them to be able to get there. That is your top 4 coming through. Junior girls 15-16 to continue to come through with 2 to go as Harley Dieters and then Evan Paget Waller, Annabelle Sackett, and Elsley Linton are in the chase. So Anna with a lap time of 17:30 for her first lap. Right now, currently sitting with about a 20-second lead.
So imagine things might slow down a little bit, probably be just under an hour of racing for our junior women 15-16 as you get a great shot there of Anna Morswich leading them into the woods. Getting about a 20-second gap on the field after 1 lap, Frankie. We know hole shots so critical in these competitions. And we saw Anna sitting on front row, able to take full advantage of that front row call up. She's had a great week, off to a great season in 2026.
Had about, I think it was about 25 riders in our junior girl 15-16. As see a nice group right there. Some of them very evenly matched, riding with each other, trying to be able to make their way around. A little bit longer course than what we see in our HC for the cross country for the elite men and the elite women, as this is a 4.2 mile lap.
Doesn't have all the technicality of our XCO UCI competitions that we saw on Wednesday and Saturday, but this mountain definitely packs a punch. Not real long sustained climbs, just a series of just really relentless ups and downs. No real chance, we talked to some athletes, no real chance to recover out there on course, as you're either, off the back of the saddle on a pretty, steep descent, or you're getting ready to just grind up the next climb out here, Frankie.
That was a nice picture of CJ Stillwell in our 40 to 49 making his way up there. Ethan Fields right behind. Ethan's in the opposite direction in the 15-18 age group, as these guys all now tackling that power line climb for the very first time.
Yeah, race does start with a nice descent about a mile from top to bottom from the start line. They drop off the mountain and drop all the way down almost to the bottom on what's called learner's permit before punching their way back to the top up that power climb that you see here.
Emma Watkins, you're going to have one lap to go. One to go for Emma. That's our 13-14 leader coming through, as Emma Watkins having a good ride. 1936, I think, lap time for Emma Watkins for our junior girls 13-14. We have some more of the 15-16s coming in, and unofficially in second, looking like we're going to have Adele Weiner coming in, and then 13-14 again. One to go for our 13-14s for Weiner and Kramer and Freimeiler. One lap to go.
Race action out on course now on InsiderMTB.com, as I think we're following our race leader here for our junior women 15-16. Seeing if this one can't come back together a little bit. Again, our junior women 15-16 doing 3 full laps, 12 miles of racing here. Is a great shot of where the mountain sets. You can see the Ozark mountain range. Fayetteville, Arkansas, really positioned at the base of what is the Boston Mountains, and the highest elevation of all the Ozarks kind of pitch up right here, right outside of town. We got over 1 million acres of national forest and public lands, all accessible by bike, and a lot of purpose-built mountain bike trails, about 60 miles of mountain bike trails within city limits.
Williams and Stevens, 1 lap to go. Weaver as well. Samantha Weaver, 13-14, coming through with 1 lap to go. Our 17-18s now starting to be able to come through. I think this is going to be our first place in our 17-18s. Elizabeth Lindsay making her way in.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that head down. Look at the just flying through here. That's first place, 17-18. 2 to go. Lindsay, Coleman, Farnsworth, 17-18. And we're going to have Homeyer and Weiss coming in as well with 2 laps to go. For Laloy, you have 1 lap to go. For Zoe, 1 to go, Zoe.
Yeah, riders taking advantage of this start-finish area to reach down and grab a drink before they drop off the mountain, because from the top here, again, you got about a mile descent top to bottom as they weave their way down off the north side of the mountain on a trail called Learner's Permit, and they use some of our World Cup connectors to connect back over to portions of that UCI course you've seen featured throughout the week.
Leader in our 13-14 came through with Palamecki wearing that Stars and Stripes national champion jersey. Going to be on our final lap as well.
I think that's Elizabeth Lindsay there in our screen, leading back into the woods, part of that Bear Devo squad, part of today's category 117 18-year-old women's race.
Just cruising along, Zoe Frick, Southside Cross Country Devo team. Zoe's in that 15 to 18 group, turning the pedals over. Wonder what she has dangling from her handlebar there. Wonder if it's like a camera that broke off, or...
Definitely looking like something ornamental at this point, whatever it's there for.
trying to be able to find the right gearing, turning it over. Much easier for our medical in that e-bike to be able to just take their time on that climb. No e-bikes this year. Maybe next year in 2027 they might have an e-bike category, but for 2026 it's all going to be human-powered as she gets to the top of that climb, being able to make that left-hand turn and be able to relax and recover a little bit.
Frank, you spent much time on an e-mountain bike yet? That's something you experienced?
I wouldn't say much time, but I've ridden a couple of them.
So fun.
And so fun.
So fun.
Coming out of a turn and being able to feel that help with the acceleration is something that is it's very unique. It's distinctive and yes, super enjoyable.
Yeah, and definitely, opening up the sport to more athletes as you get a look there at, it's going to be Anna Morswich, our current leader for our junior women 15-16. But yeah, just so much fun. You can see more of the trail, and we know that, as the industry and riders adopting e-mountain bike as an option for riding, again, never going to truly replace human-powered racing, but definitely it's a different type of ride, being able to attack ascents like that, and you can really kind of pick your way through some technical ascents in a way that you can't under traditional power. Looking back here, rider 563, that's going to be sister Leah Morswich, also racing for Bear National. And again, there was a 20-second split in our junior women 15-16 from first back to second last time through. Again, doing 3 full laps here, 12 miles of racing for our junior women.
We just saw Quinn Miller coming through our start line. It's going to be our leader in our 15-16 category C. So she's doing a good job. Maeve Jones came through as well.
Look back again at our race leader here. Those Bear kits, dark navy and pink, easy to pick out in the woods. And Bear National Team, no stranger to the Walmart Pro Cup. Been with us each and every year for 6 years running now. And so a lot of these athletes, start with that development squad at an early age and then work their way up the ranks. And so shout out to really all the development teams here with us and the investment these development teams are making in these athletes and the future of the sport of mountain biking. Get a shot there of one of the scents, and still some technicality out there. Like we said, this mountain, really the course is here developed very intentional to be able to host what are World Cup caliber mountain bike competitions as well as cyclocross. So this venue will be host to the 2026 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championship this December, as we get a look there at Ava Silva, part of that Bear squad.
Nice sized group right now, all together trying to be able to make their way through the woods. Some of our women battling it out. Pretty evenly matched. I got to say, they're going to have a nice race between themselves.
Got a group coming out of the woods now after that first climb, punching back up to the top of the mountain before they get ready to drop down and do it again. Good look at your current race leader for 15-16, and there's the chase. So the sisters currently setting 1-2. Anna and Leah, similar battle to what we saw in Friday's short track competition for our junior women 15-16.
Yeah, they were split up though by LeClaire, who finished up in between them. Anna was first, LeClaire in second, Leah was in third.
Well, Zoe LeClaire,
and then it was and Paskovich was in fourth, and Paskovich is up there as well.
Zoe LeClaire there in our screen, now setting third as she comes in and out of screen there, as is Alexander Pasovich, like you said, Gravity Academy athlete. So very similar.
So they're all within like 5 seconds of each other. So it's, it's pretty close. If somebody bobbles or gets a little bit of fatigue, they should be able to maybe swap it out. Nice shot right there, looking at Harley Dieters.
Well, and as we saw, this race, I think probably might come back together a little bit, Frankie, as, that first lap, kind of a heater lap, but then you start to settle in with 3 full laps and 12 miles of racing. As Evan Paget Waller with Miller School on your screen now, and here comes Elsie Linton with Bear National. See if she can't get back on terms, bridge back up, and start to pick off some riders. That's Phoebe Hackensack now. Back up to the top of the venue with the coverage. No, back to the one of our athletes coming through and up out of the woods after that climb, and now Sylvia Polmacki. That's Phoebe Hackensack there riding out of your screen. And then we just got a big group of riders now working together out there. Again, next time through, depending on the age group, some of our riders coming through with 1 to go and 2 to go for our 15-16 Cat 3 men making their way through. But look back at the action here. That's going to be Chela Galata with Gray Ghost Stars.
That is a hard dip right there. Things have gotten worse over the few days. Some of the riders, when you're feeling fresh, you can, I don't want to say you can bunny hop it, but you can kind of lift up that front end, absorb some of that shock with your legs. But as the fatigue starts to set in, every little bump tends to get a little bit tougher and harder. So right now, currently waiting for Maritzkovich to be able to make her way around to be able to get seeing 1 lap to go relatively soon.
As Evelyn Reed now with DCR leading this next group up and out of the woods. Dirt Camp Racing.
This is that group that's all together, pretty evenly matched in fitness. So a nice job by these riders staying in contact with each other.
Yeah, all these riders part of our junior women 15-16. That's Allie Agnew there, bib 658. And now I think a look back at our leader here. This would be Anna Morzowicz with Bear National. She's been off on her own since the go. Shot out like a cannon from the start. Great hole shot, great positioning to get this bike race underway. There was a 20-second time gap from first back to her sister. It's Anna Sophia Laloy there with Gray Ghost Stars. Comes through the screen. And Hannah Kirsch. Podium's going to be 5 deep for all of our amateur age group category racing here today. We'll get those podiums underway here in a little bit after next round of competition.
Yeah, podium coming up at about 11 o'clock, 11 to 11:15. We'll have our podium for all of our categories as these riders right now testing themselves on this race course. Very challenging because of the uphills and the downhills, over 390 feet of climbing each lap.
Maggie Daly there with Donovan Racing leading this next group up and out of the woods is Tinley Kramer with Blue Wheel Off-Road Team there.
One of our younger riders just saw Ayla McMillan with the 15-16 age group. And that rider right there is going to be Madeline Frost as we go back to the hill.
Adele Weiner there with Slay Devo.
Booger Cycling with a very big presence here as Madeline Frost continues to be able to push that pace, turning the pedals over. Madeline is in part of our 15 to 18 age group.
Quinn Kramer now with Blue Wheel Off-Road Team. As well as Haley Wesselek with Slay Devo there. Again, Frankie, a lot of, at this point, you settled into this race. You found your pace. I mean, these riders, a lot of them are just riding their own race, and they've settled in with some other athletes that seem to be carrying that same pace.
Yeah, exactly. And they just got to see if a rider in front of them is going to crack or not. We just saw Anika Crum, but yeah, you got to go your own pace and kind of see how it's going to go. And maybe you're going to catch someone or maybe you're going to get caught, but you can only do so much.
Malaya Gorell there on your screen with Fun Devo leading this next group of about 7 or 8 riders now. And here comes some more. So racing happening all over the venue here as we're
I got Lily Lily Aronson on the right-hand side in all black jersey, riding for Austin Bike Farm. And then a bunch of the other riders behind continue to be able to make their way up, including, I just saw there, Bridget Farnsworth.
Yeah, Riley Coleman and Elizabeth Lindsay there in the mix as well.
Bridget's number 828 there, bobbing up and down on that bed. They are 668. That's the one we were waiting for.
Sylvia
Look at that
Palmecki.
Stars and Stripes jersey.
Yeah, part of that junior girls 13, 14-year-old competition. It's Mia Trelawney.
And she's on her final lap, so when she comes around and she's in the lead, she's going to be able to take the win here. This rider getting ready to be able to come around is going to be seeing bell lap with 1 lap to go, as waiting for Anna Mariskovic to be able to come in. It's got to be a successful weekend, right? If you're picking up the short track win and you come here and pick up a win on the very last day, that's some good UCI points and some good USAC points.
Yeah, USAC points on the line today. And yeah, like you mentioned, just a great catalyst to the 2026 season for Bear National, and the Morswich sisters, Anna and Leah, having a strong showing here this weekend in Fayetteville.
That's Zoe right there in that red jersey. Zoe in our junior girls 13-14, riding with the Gray Ghost Stars. Zoe's in no man's land. There's no one behind her, no one in front. As right now coming into Stonehenge with a few more turns, waiting for our race leader in our 15-16, about to be able to come around and be able to receive the bell, because you're going to she will be receiving 1 lap to go.
Making her way around that Ford Bronco. Shout out to Lewis Auto Group. Lewis Auto Group, the official dealership of the Walmart Pro Cup here in Fayetteville since 1946. Lewis Automotive, a pillar of the Northwest Arkansas community, as time trialing through the start finish. Anna Morswich. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
18:54 for her lap time for that one, so a little bit slower than what she did the previous lap to be able to get that gap. But see how he tucks in to be able to get arrow? Trying to definitely going flat out, not waiting around. She's testing herself. This right now, I mean, she knows she's in a good position to win, but I think she's testing her fitness as well, trying to be able to make this as hard a race as possible.
We're going to get an idea of the time split right here as second, third, and fourth now on approach through the start finish. Following our leader here, she drops back into the woods. But you're looking about a 37-second gap from first back to second. Now Zoe Leclerc.
Yeah, Zoe came through 30 seconds back. Alexandra Paskowitz just came through. Her sister is that one in that Stars and Stripes jersey. And then Leah Moriskovich coming through as well. All of them separated by about 3 seconds between those 3 riders. They're not together chasing the leader. They're all separated because of the tough conditions that are out there.
Yeah, 37 seconds is the gap from first back to second as more athletes come through. You know, Frankie, with 4 miles of racing to go, you would wonder, is it an advantage if those 3 chasers link up a little bit and start working together?
They got 1 lap to be able to figure it out, but I got a feeling, nobody likes to slow down to wait for someone. You're just going to keep going, and if they catch you, then you'll have an advantage to be able to work with someone else. So we'll see how that plays out on this final lap.
As Kieran Newby there rides through the screen, as well as Mauve Jones with that Hub Youth Cycling Squad.
So all of our 15-16s are having 1 lap to go. We're waiting right now for the winner of our 13-14 to come in. They're going to be finishing up to see who will be champion.
Big group of riders there.
Yeah, Benjamin Copper's kind of serpentine up the climb instead of going in that straight line, doing whatever it takes to get to the top.
Annabelle Sackett and Elise Linton coming through with 1 to go, and our junior women 15-16, 1 to go, ladies.
Oh, on the climb, we got a walker that I'm seeing on one of our other screens. So not an ideal situation.
No, and that's been the story of the weekend. It's taken out some top pros. In yesterday's Elite, we saw mechanicals both affect Haley Batten's race and ended Christopher Blevins' day with blowing up a rear wheel. That a lot of folks have seen that photo, that video of him walking that bike out of the woods, just like this young athlete right here is doing.
Yeah, that's Kenzie Ruckel not having the race that she wanted, So Kedzie having a flat tire and having to walk that bike out. And in the meantime, we see Juliet Dinity in that red jersey on the right-hand side and that light blue jersey bopping up and down, trying to be able to keep as much momentum as possible. That's going to be Lucia Arneson with our junior girls 15-16 as well.
Yeah, once again, shout out to Slay Devo for bringing you the results ticker today on the screen for those tuned in live on InsiderMTB.com. Slay is the first complete athlete development pathway built to take riders from NICA to elite. Learn more at SlayDevo.com. Good look there at some of our riders now. 693, Kinley Griffith with Team the Bear Devo squad. So you have a national squad out here as well as a development squad from Bear. Now back, speaking of Bear, back to our leader there. You saw a shot of current leader Anna Morswich.
One thing that's kind of cool about this course, though, I mean, right, we focus a lot on the kind of the harder parts of the course, these uphills and stuff like that, but there's a lot of swoopy, flowy sections that when these riders get done, they're like, that was a lot of fun. That was a blast. Sure, they had the hard sections, but there's sections here where they're able to enjoy the downhills, be able to do the swoopies, a couple of little small jumps that a lot of the riders enjoy. So it's not just all about suffering on the uphills. There's a lot of really fun sections on this course that the riders enjoy, and that's what makes a great turnout. That's why everybody comes out here to Fayetteville to be able to experience such a greatly designed course.
Yeah, really 4 descents, longer descents with each and every lap. Again, 4 key descents, the first one being that mile descent from top to bottom.
Jillian Staratowski coming south side cross country Devo team right in that 17-18 group, and then right behind that CJ Stillwell turning the pedals over. He's in that 40-49. Stillwell, we got a shot of him last lap too. I'm not sure if he's the leader or not. Going to have to be able to figure that out. 15-16s continue to be able to come across the line, all seeing 1 lap to go, waiting for our leader in our 13-14s, which should be Palawecki, should be coming up in just a few moments.
More riders in the 15-16 make their way through. You know, Frankie, you've raced a lot over the years, but you favor the roads. But talking to some of these athletes yesterday, it really, it is, and even Todd mentioning, we'll pick that conversation back up here in a minute, as it looks like now on approach, Emma Watkins coming across the line in first in our junior women's 13-14.
What a great ride by Watkins, and their second place coming across. Whoa, that was a great ride by Adele Weiner, picking up second in our 13-14. So congratulations to our first 2 finishers in our junior girls 13-14.
On approach here, Sarah Murphy going to come through with 1 to go. But Frankie, we talked about it. Really the course out here favors an all-around rider because the descents aren't, long enough. The ascents aren't that long. They're more punchy. And so really the course development and the course design out here does favor that all-around athlete that's got some good bike handling skills on what are some pretty aggressive descents, but then is able to keep that cadence up high as they punch up these mountains each and every time.
Yeah, it's very different than having like a course in Colorado where maybe a course is totally suited to one style of rider, a total climber.
Correct.
You got to be good at everything here to be able to do well here in Fayetteville. So it kind of makes it, like you said, more for an all-arounder type rider, well-balanced with the skills to be able to have the fast twitch muscles, the endurance, and the technique to be able to go over jumps in the rocky parts. And that's what makes this course so dynamic and so appealing to so many riders to be able to come here and compete.
Yeah, we talked a little. It's almost like, interval training. Talking with Todd Wells yesterday, he said, an athlete that's had some interval training early season, probably going to be able to, put that skill set to use out here on a course that's so short and punchy like Centennial Park.
Todd Wells' son is going to be racing a little bit later on today. He'll be in that third wave of racing. How was your time with Todd, talking with him on the set. I found it fascinating. All I did is sat there and I just asked them a ton of questions.
Same. We did
because
the same.
I was just curious about everything.
Did the same in that, U23 competition. We were seeing a lot of mechanicals. We'd just seen Christopher Blevins have that big mechanical in the elite men's race. Spent a lot of time talking about tire choice and really equipment choice for an event like this because, it's all course dependent. And we've seen this course this year, the technicality of it, really chew these tires up. A lot of flats out there on course. And so, tire choice, so critical competition. Those super lightweight race tires aren't going to hold up with the technicality of the course here at Centennial Park. So you're almost willing to forego a few grams of weight to make sure that you have a strong case tire out here for a competition. Shot of Team Booger there. I wonder if that, we're looking back at, we saw that kind of junior women's 15, 16-year-old race starting to come back together a little bit. Interesting to see how that one unfolds, or those two sisters. Anna was setting the pace. Leah was there as well, but then Sylvia Palmecki, Zoe LeClaire was in that mix with Ruler National Team.
Harley Dieter's just making a pass right there on that uphill climb. Not sure who that was that she passed, as we're just getting to the top of the climb. Mariskovich is our current leader, looking to see if she can hold on to that with LeClaire in second and then Paskowicz in third. There's about a 30-second gap between first and second, as nice shot right there. We're seeing her coming through, as that is going to be Alexandria Paskowicz from the Gravity Academy.
More riders coming through in our different age group racing happening out here as Amelia Fulmer wraps up her race.
That's your race leader on the screen right now with Anna. Not waiting around. She knows her sister's behind her, trying to be able to bring her back, and there's a couple other riders in between as well. So the battle is on. Final time up the climb, and she's going to be able to make her way around, seeing if she can win two of the days here at our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
Punching up that experienced Fayetteville power climb.
Nice shot right there, being able to see how big that gap was. She turned left at the top of the climb. Nobody's on the climb as that camera was panning back, looking to see who was going to be in second or third. As we're switching cameras again, going back to some other riders that are out on course. Bottom of the climb now.
Well, that's Zoe LeClaire right there, that Ruler Devo now at the bottom of the climb. That might be our separation there, Frankie, from first to second for that Junior Girls 15-16 competition as she goes up that experienced Fayetteville power climb. A good shout time to recognize our host city, Experience Fayetteville, right here, Fayetteville, Arkansas, home of the U.S. Pro Cup, invites riders to explore over 120 miles of trail within city limits and over 1 million acres of national forest just out of town. At the end of the day, settle in for a craft brew, bookstore, or one of more than 350 restaurants. Come see why Fayetteville is our favoriteville. Good look there at current race leader. Gonna drop off top of the mountain one more time. Looks over her shoulder here, Frankie, as she's about to dive back into the woods. She'll drop off that north side of the mountain. And then from the bottom, it's a climb back up and then really a time trial to the finish line.
Yeah, pretty much a test against herself right now as Anna Mariskovich just soloing away. Got about a 30, 35-second lead on the second place. As waiting for these riders to be able to come through.
Well, and you think about with the wind up top, and there is a good section of this course that is exposed up here on top, that skill set of, I mean, Frankie, you spent a lot of time in that kind of time trial position over the years. I mean, think about just the different skill sets that a rider needs to be able to be competitive out here.
Absolutely.
Just get low and out of the wind, right?
And we saw Anna coming through here, like tucking down. You saw how arrow she was getting on purpose, being able to kind of cut through that wind as quick as she can. So she knows what that wind and how it affects the aerodynamics and being able to slow down the riders. Doesn't want to have to deal with that. Number 574, another Bear National Team riders up in the top of the rankings.
Yeah, Elsie Linton right there on your screen for Bear National. About to approach that climb herself. Now shot back to some more of our chasers here as Anna Yarcevich with Grey Ghost Stars now. See if she can't get back on terms. I got maybe about a half lap to bridge up and try to gain some positions here with this bike race wrapping up here probably in the next 7 or 8 minutes for our junior women 15-16.
That was Dovie Allen coming in, and then Alex Varvanek. Nice job by Charlie Price. That'll put her in about 7th position.
Nora Hackensack, we called her name a few times. She comes across the line, going to be in top 5 finish for her. She's going out for one more, apologies. Going out with one more to go. One to go for Nora. Look there, rider 591. That's Ava Silva.
Riders making their way around, getting a little bit closer to our cutoff time. Still got about 4 minutes, maybe even 5 minutes until our cutoff time. Our officials are going to be able to keep track of that clock and then let us know when we do have the cutoff time. That would mean all riders will finish once they cross the line.
They'll still be scored and still be counted in the competition.
Yep, still get a placing, right?
Yep. As Anna Strife there with Tribe makes her way through. And Anna Sophia Laloy with Grey Ghost Stars. And Pepper Smith with Accel Cycling. Easy to pick out those blue kits of Accel Cycling. She's approaching that climb.
That was our winner of the 40-49. Congratulations, CJ Stillwell. Sneaking through here, didn't even pay attention. He went so quick around here, so congratulations for 40-49, CJ, picking up that first place.
Fist up in the air. Something to celebrate for sure here today. As Claire Rust with that Bear development team approaches that climb. And Ali Agnew as well.
Dark blue jersey, Amelia Lopez pushing the pace.
I mean, Frankie, you're 10 miles into this race.
This is that group of women that's been sticking together that we were just looking at. And they're still together, right?
Yep, half a lap to go.
They got a great battle going on. That's got to be so much fun being able to race with some other ones that are pretty even in that competitiveness with you. And so these riders doing a fantastic job as these women all sticking together. They started together and they're racing against each other, but nobody's really been able to separate themselves very much from each other.
Shot of our Miller School athlete there, Eden Terrian. Sarah Murphy there with Fitness All Out Racing. But here you go. Look back at the leader of our junior women 15-16 coming out of the woods for a final time. That final climb finds herself up in the flats. See if she doesn't get into time trial mode again. Yep, they're just like I said, she's ducking down Frankie.
Look how
and
arrow.
just punching through the wind here. Current race leader, that is Anna Morozowicz. She is time trialing all the way to the finish. Again, it finishes with a lot of exposure and a pretty heavy crosswind. I'd say the wind gust upwards of 30 miles per hour at this point. It is a beautiful morning here at the venue, but the wind definitely coming across this flat plateau of the mountaintop, what's known as Millsap Mountain. Our race leader kind of time trial for a win.
Yeah, you talk about those gusts, but I mean, it's a steady 15 for sure, steady 15 mile an hour wind, and definitely have those gusts is waiting for our leader with Anna Moriskovich to be able to make her way around. Hey, as a reminder for our next wave of riders coming up at 10:25, staging behind the referee's stage. Again, on the inside of the course, your staging coming up for our boys 15, 16, 17, 18, and so on. You're going off at 10:25 to 10:35. Again, you're staging behind the official stage.
All right, Frankie now on approach for the final time. She's gone around that Talladega-like turn. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Going to be taking the win for our junior women 15-16, racing for Bear National, Anna Morozowicz. Grace little post up there, throws the piece in the air. Pretty excited, great results. She won the short track, right, Frankie? On Friday, she's back here on Sunday, winning round 1 of the USXC Open here in Fayetteville. That is Anna Morozowicz with Bear National.
Second place now. Head down. Put your hands together and cheer them in. Coming in for our 15-16, I think that's going to be Madeline Frost.
No, it's going to be Zoe.
No, excuse me. Zoe Leclerc should be coming in next. There's Zoe right there in that blue and white jersey. Roulaire. Congratulations, Zoe. So are all riders finishing now? Okay, thanks for letting us know, which you didn't.
And now Alexander Pasowicz now coming across the line. Going to find herself in third for the Gravity Academy. Great showing there for our junior women 15-16.
That's a bronze medal ride for Pasowicz. Excellent job out there. So all riders coming in now are going to be finished. All riders will be finishing as we get ready to celebrate our next one. As a reminder, again, behind the referee stages, staging. Behind the official stage for our next wave is where all your staging is.
So Harley Dieter's unofficially in fourth, moving up a position on that final lap. Still waiting to round out our top 5 for our junior women 15, 16-year-old category race here this morning as wind continues to push through here. Again, dry and dusty conditions. So we get ready for staging of our next competition. Wave 3 of 4 are going to be going off at 10:25, so under 15 minutes away before we get race action back underway here today. All the rides at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. And this is another rider now in the chute, but haven't seen Leah Morozowicz now come in, and so she was up there 1-2 early on in our junior women's 15-16, had a strong showing in the short track. As Samantha Braden comes across the line, and next up, this is going to be Evan Paget Waller. Evan coming across the line, going to find herself in a top 5 for that Miller School. Again, everything I'm saying is officially unofficial. It's going off the screen I got. Back to more riders out here on course, though, is Mara Williamson with Bespoke Real Estate. And Amelia Fulmer with the Cell Cycling now. As Annabelle Sackett comes through the start-finish. Look there at Mia Trelawney with Team Bear Development. This is Annabelle Sackett Going to find herself in the top 10 for our junior women 15-16. And Elsie Linton. Also going to finish in the top 10. And so it was Anna Morsowicz taking the win for our junior women 15-16. As Madison Fields, Kinley Griffith, and now Anna Yarsvich makes her way through. Phoebe Hackensack, Kinsley Obernder, Bailey Brown, and Elizabeth Williams now coming through. Anna still able to squeeze in a top 10 finish in that junior women's 15-16, and Phoebe Hackensack's going to round out our top 10. And Bailey Brown with Oz Racing, based here in Northwest Arkansas. As Juniper Allen, teammate to Bailey, comes through. Zoe McGuire with your Grey Ghost Stars, and now Ava Silva with Bear National. Ava going to finish within the top 20 of that junior women's 15-16-year-old competition. Still got some racing happening out in the woods. As Eva Klesner and Isabel with Fitness All Out Racing now. And then that is Kieran Newby. Part of that DCR squad. Once again, we want to thank everybody tuning in today on InsiderMTB.com. Today's live stream being brought to us by our friends at USA Sport Inc. Producing commercial video, documentary style video, photography, action photography, and as well as live streaming. This weekend's 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Great shot of the staging happening out there for our next wave of racing. Wave 3 of 4. About to take to this 4-mile purpose-built race course here at Centennial Park. And this next wave is going to be our Cat 1 boys 15-16, as well as our Cat 1 men 17-18, and a whole group of age group racing. All eyes are going to be on that Cat 1 junior men 15-16-year-old race, as if you didn't catch the short track action on Friday, you can go back Insider MTB, all those races archived on their YouTube. So if you did not catch the junior men's 15-16-year-old short track race on Friday, I think it was one of the best races of the week, if not the best race of the week so far. So excited to see this huge field of junior men 15-16 take to the course here. They'll be doing 4 full laps, so 16 miles of racing. That's a big race. Right around 1,600 feet of elevation gain throughout that race. As you can see, we're going to be starting call-ups here in a minute. They're starting just adjacent to, parallel to the start-finish stretch. It allows us to finish up other races while getting other races underway here today in Fayetteville. But again, hole shot so critical. See if we can't catch the start of our next race when we, again, that's scheduled for in about 7 minutes. Next race scheduled to go off here about 10:25, so no time to tune away, because it should be an electrifying start. Again, hole shot so critical as our junior men 15-16 start to line up for their first race in the USXC Open Series. Fayetteville kicking off round one of the premier cross-country mountain bike series here in the United States. Crowned 10 category champions at year's end. A little break in the action here. We're going to turn things over to our race officials. Let them herd some cats out there and let's get back ready to race.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
All right, there's the start of our junior men 15-16. Again, we've seen some great racing Friday during short track. Big group of junior men 15-16 making their way onto this 4-mile course, doing 4 full laps as it is a Bear National Team rider. We'll keep up with this action on InsiderMTB.com. Again, this is the pointy end of this field, going to be this junior men 15-16 as they go drop down into the woods. But first, a full lap, 4 laps. About 400 feet of elevation gain each and every time. Going to make their way up and down the mountain 4 different times on each lap. See how quick they got to single track there as they head on to what's called Learner's Permit here at Centennial Park. Part of an almost 15-mile trail system that sits right here at this public park. As this big field makes their way into the woods for the first of 4 times. There's a good look. Some of our leaders there out on course early on. They're going to get single file, get strung out here pretty quick. But again, big field. We know how exciting that junior men's 15-16 competition was on Friday during short track. Expecting for some similar race action out here. Next race getting underway here again. Wave 3 of 4. Good shot of the race lead of our junior men 15-16 here. Frankie, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, they're still all together. You can see, I was wondering if we'd seen some initial separation, but it does look like that race staying all together, single file, at least early on. As we had over 77 junior men in that 15-16-year-old age group race. Again, our 15, 16, and 13, 14-year-old category races start as round 1 for the USXC Open Series, the premier mountain bike cross country race series in the United States. They make their way down off the mountain. Start to climb up right here. You can see that series of switchbacks, stacked switchbacks, kind of shows you the elevation that they're working against out here. It is a dark blue and pink kit of a Bear National Team rider setting the pace off the front early on in our race as the next group of riders getting their race underway. Look for those riders to come up and down the mountain, probably catch our lead group of our 15, 16-year-old junior men as they come out of the woods and onto that power climb. Look at the DCR kits here. We saw a lot of these gentlemen in the short track action on Friday with some fun racing, but dirt camp racing here in force. You see all those DCR kits on the start line in this next wave of age group racing. And back to the race action for our 15, 16-year-olds. Again, single file as they weave their way up and down the mountain. So any technicality out on course. This course isn't the same, doesn't mirror the UCI XCO course, but does share several elements of that course. Specifically, a few of those same punchy climbs that proved to be the difference maker in competition throughout the week. Just getting into spring. Third day of spring here. Temperature is going to be upwards of 89, 90 degrees by the end of the day, but beautiful morning here for a bike race as we've got a decent sustained wind, 15 mile per hour plus, definitely gusting up into the 20s. We've seen earlier races, a lot of our athletes going into time trial mode as they make their way across the top of the mountain. Wind coming out of the south, so when you see these riders come back up into the plateau, the flat top portion of the mountain, a lot of them dropping into that time trial position to get low and underneath that crosswind. And here you go. There's a great shot of just how competitive these races are as all those riders still all together side by side, 2, 3, 4 wide there towards the back of that bunch. So it does kind of breathe. Course opens up and then of course pinches back up at the single track sections, but plenty of opportunities for passing out here on course. Looks like we're about to get our next wave off the start line.
Yeah, we're coming up on 10:35. It'll be our final wave. I believe it's going to be our single speed open men and men 70 plus for our 10:35 a.m. start because they're getting ready for 3 laps of racing. As a reminder, we're going to try and do podium right at about 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock podium. So make sure to stick around if we're going to do top 5 again. Top 5 for our podium coming up at 11. A little shot through the woods as a group all together. They're actually spread out. They're not really attacking each other. 4.2 miles around for 1 lap. These guys are doing a good amount of laps as they're doing 4 laps. So a lot of racing still to go. And so right now, tactics and strategy is a big part of what they're dealing with.
Yeah, just barely, I don't even know if they're at the halfway point for that first lap, but a huge field, over 75 junior 15, 16-year-old men taking to the course, and that race still all together, Frankie, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that one as the action unfolds as we get our final wave off the start line here for this third of 4 waves of racing on the day. You can see just how quick they find the single track on this course coming out of that start chute. And so many riders were staging them adjacent to the finish line, starting from the grass field over here, but they quickly punch right into the course. And after that, get onto a proper lap format. Allows us to be finishing up other races while we get the next wave underway. You can see the dust just kicking up there on the north side of the mountain.
Oh, it's dusty everywhere. It's very windy out there. It's got to be a constant 17 to 20 miles an hour. Obviously, a few gusts as we see some of our riders making their way around.
And I think they're actually hidden from the wind for the majority of the race. All this is on the north side of the mountain, off the north side.
And the trees block it a little bit also, I would assume. I haven't been down there.
Well, the wind's coming directly out of the south, so it's blowing south to north across the mountain, and I'd say 2/3 of this race course sets off the north side of the mountain, so it tells me the wind not really a factor for majority of the race course until they get back on top. I think this is a shot of our lead group. They're going to hit that experienced Fayetteville power line for the first time. Isaac Sproul with Team Booger setting the pace for our junior men 15-16. Do you think that's the pointy end of that race?
Do you remember how he won the short track, Isaac Sproul? He rode on the front just like this. So Isaac Sproul, the winner, he rode on the front, controlled everything, and then just took off at the end. It was the most dominating performance. Of all the short track races we watched that day, his was the most dominating performance.
I've been talking about that. One of my favorite races all week was that junior men 15-16 short track competition on Friday.
He was just on the front and completely controlled everything. So my point is he's doing the exact same thing, even though it's a cross-country race. Isaac Sproul on the front, obviously feeling very confident with a ton of form, wants to keep himself out of trouble as well. So watch out for Isaac Sproul in that red jersey. He was your winner in that short track. Pfeiffer ended up second on that day, and Wimberly in third. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the riders that are, just behind him, as right now, just because of that uphill, now is the first time we're seeing a little bit of a separation of about 8 riders.
Yeah, a couple more trying to get back on terms, but it does look like a selection's finally been made about halfway through this first lap of 4 for our junior men 15-16 as Isaac Sproul, winner of our short track competition. And remember, Frankie, he was pulling over trying to get some other folks to pull through during that race. No one would pull through, and so he finally said, you know what, I'm just going to do it myself.
Yeah, he was just like, I'll just stay on the front.
Here's about to drop back into the single track, back into the woods. Again, you're seeing the lead group of our junior men 15, 16-year-old age group race here. Counting as round 1 of the 2026 USXC Open presented by Violet Farms. Yeah, I've seen about 7 riders on our screen. So selections being made early in this race as they drop down to the single track and drop off the mountaintop here. We're spinning back around and punching right back to the top. A little bit of everything on this course. Some fast flowy descents, as you see on your screen right here, and some pretty arduous climbs that they have to punch up each and every time. About 4 miles around each and every lap with about 400 feet of elevation gained. So right at about 100 feet per mile. So quickly back on the gas, and they're back to climbing. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up again. About 4 climbs really packed into this short 4-mile race course.
Six riders, a little bit of a gap. I got that 7th rider trying to be able to latch onto the back. If you're just off the there by like about 1 or 2 seconds, you're going to take a little bit of risk trying to bomb a couple corners to be able to make sure you stay with those leaders. That's exactly what that rider in 7th position is doing right now. Sproul in the red jersey continues to just ride on the front, picking his own line, making everybody else, forcing them to try to be able to keep up with them. That's going to be Jeremy Norris in that red jersey. Jeremy is going to be part of that 19-plus category.
Look, there's some of the technicality of the course. Is Centennial Park just littered with rocks and roots out here. Real high quality early season and technical competition. What these athletes are looking for, we talked to a lot of them. The more the technical, the better early season, as a lot of these racers just getting 2026 calendar underway. It's been a who's who of North American-based athletes this year.
Yeah, I talked to a couple individuals, people coming from all around the nation to here. It was one of our younger riders that went off in wave number 1. They were getting ready to drive back to Michigan. And then I just talked with some other riders who are in this race here, hanging out or coming from northern Georgia and the mountains of northern Georgia to be able to come over here. Said it was the first time coming to a UCI event. They've had a great time. Enjoyed it, but it's about a little bit of the eye-opening experience for many of these young riders to be able to get with some of the best riders in the nation. It's almost like a mini national championships, except it's international, because we have a lot of Canadian riders that come down here, and we saw in some of our earlier races the domination the Canadian riders have had in many of our different categories.
Yeah, yesterday's U23 men's competition was all Canada, 4 out of 5 on the top on the podium. Part of that Pivot Cycle OTE team, all making the trip down here. Looks like this race came back together a little bit, Frankie, as you talked. There was a couple riders seeing if they couldn't bridge back up. And when I saw that last shot, they're making their way across some cobbles there, featured in the cyclocross competition. Reminder, this venue purpose-built for both cyclocross and elite mountain bike competition. And on portions of the cyclocross course right now, what's referred to as Chasing Gold, this infrastructure developed ahead of the 2022 UCI Cyclocross World Championships in this same venue, Frankie, this December. Going to host USA Cycling's Cyclocross National Championships again. It hosted it last December in 2025 and will play host once again later this year. As our lead group now going to be approaching Stonehenge for the first time for our junior men 15-16. Going to be 3 on the lap card.
Sproul's on the front. He's got the tall white socks. That's how you can tell the difference, because there are 2 riders with the red jerseys that are in the front. Sproul is the first one.
Might have a teammate up there, which was not the case during that short track competition. No, I think that's a rider from a different squad, but maybe not. Might have 2 teammates up there with Team Booger working together early.
Former national champion Sproul continues to be able to lead the pace.
Now, it's one of our free fly athletes. Just very similar kits out there. Might have to talk to him about that. Got to keep it fresh for us so we can pick them out. Here they go. Big train about to become roaring through the start-finish here. As our 15, 16-year-old junior men going to get 3 to go. You can see the wind whipping there out of the south to north across the venue.
It's coming down right now is going to be Isaac Sproul. We got Brody Lake in there, Reed Pfeiffer. We got Wuso and Luke Johnson. Look at the crosswind with that breeze coming in. Little group all forming as they're going to be coming through with
3 to go.
3 laps to go, 3 to go. Lap time for Sproul, as he's our leader, is going to be 16:22 for lap number 1.
And Sproul pulled over to the left that time, looked over his shoulder, kind of gave the rest of this chase a look to see if anybody was going to make a move in that start-finish with 3 to go, if anyone wanted to take a turn off the front. And nobody said yes. So Sproul once again leading them into the into the single track, excuse me, in our junior men's 15, 16-year-old age group race.
Podium coming up at 11 o'clock. Podium will be coming up at 11 o'clock as more riders are making their way through. Hey, so top 6 in our short track have all made it into this front group right here. So you obviously, the talent rose when we did our short track, and the talent's rising again in this cross-country race. So very competitive as we have a huge group of our 15, 16s making their way through right now.
Just see the dry and dusty conditions of the course. Saw that come into play on the short track. Frankie, as we get a look at some of our other age group racing happening out here on course. Fifteen, 16-year-olds coming through the venue, getting 3 to go this time through. Look back at the race action here off the north side of the mountain.
Matthew Brock right there with that white jersey as he's riding for the Sierra Eastern Mountain. He's in that 50 to 59 age group. Got a good amount of riders in the 50 to 59. Again, many of our different age categories out here, about 4 different categories all out here racing at the same time. What you're seeing right now is 15, 16, 17, 18. We have a rider coming through already. That was going to be Tucker Platt, who came through just a little bit ago. Second place is Jasper Armstrong in that 17, 18 as well, as they're all seeing 3 laps to go.
Now back to the race action on course, as it is Isaac Sproul, winner of your short track for our junior men 15-16 competition on Friday. Back on the front here today, Sunday, race day 4 of 4 for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Another beautiful day in Fayetteville, a little windy. What is now the 3rd day of spring. Temps expected to get up into the high 80s, maybe push 90. But right now we're looking at just 79 degrees. Again, winds upwards of over 30 miles an hour now, gusting out of the south. With sustained 18-mile-per-hour wind, so windy morning here. Calling for mostly sunny with a near record high temperature of 88 degrees. So this is a little uncharacteristic for late March to see temps in the 90s like we've seen this weekend. Again, yesterday felt like summer in the afternoon. We're just going to skip over spring completely this year. Go right into summertime. And couldn't come up at a better time as you get a look there of Grayson Wimberly with Oz Racing. Some more of our riders dropping back into the woods to go out and do another lap. Look there, some of our sweeps and medic out on course, patrolling the course, making sure all of our athletes are able to get around safely and ready to respond should they be needed. Is the Oz Mountain Bike Patrol, a solid group of emergency first responders. Many of them worked in the medical field professionally and now volunteer their time at bike races. So great to see the Oz Mountain Bike Patrol out here supporting this weekend's race action. As Leighton Sharp there with PWP Racing comes across the screen.
Putting the hammer down, tucking in. Good ride right here by this rider, making their way around. A lot of twists and turns on this course. Got to be able to handle your bike. Got to be able to handle the sliding a little bit in the dirt. Again, packed down, but very, very dusty out there. And so with all of these races that have been taking place, there's a lot of chewed up, kind of you could say dusty corners.
Yeah, and we know that pretty unforgiving race course. If you get off your line, tire selection is so critical, and then you get off your line at all. So there's definitely some sharp tooth-like rocks out here that have ended several racers' day this weekend.
On screen right now, leaders of the 15-16 with Sproul in that red jersey continuing to be able to ride on the front. Remember a couple times it had separated down to maybe a group of 8, a couple little gaps. Well, a little bit of pacing has allowed some of the riders in the back, and a rider touch of the wheel going down. He's got to try to get back on right away, try to be able to catch back up to those leaders. That's got to be disappointing.
That's a tough place to try to latch back on. You've gone down, got to... Yeah, a reminder, podiums are going to be 5 deep today, so we're going to go ahead and recognize the efforts of as many athletes as we can. So podium's going to be 5 deep all day long for all of our category races here today.
Yeah, for that rider, you can't let that mistake get in your head. You got to just kind of overcome that and just kind of pace yourself back up to the leaders, and then just kind of continue with your bike race. I mean, everybody during a race has their own individual experience, and a lot of close calls and a lot of things happen, and so you got to be able to kind of put some of those behind you. Sproul on the front with those tall white socks.
And Brody Lake there with that Free Fly Elite Development setting second wheel. He came through in that same position we saw him as they punched their way up out of the mountain after a couple climbs. They're going to come right back to the top, go past that feed zone. It's feed only for these competitions, so the riders can take a feed, but no mechanical support allowed during today's USA Cycling competition. We saw a couple riders there opt to get a bottle hand up as they made their way through. Going to go up and over this flyover and then drop back down into the woods before coming back up and approaching that power climb featured throughout the week. Great look at our leaders in our junior men 15-16 here, making their way through the woods, just slicing through the
Fly
single track
cautiously.
here at Centennial Park. Riders can pick up some good speed on the descents. Fast, flowy. A little bit of technicality to the descents here, but not as technical as our XCO course. Riders saying this year's course, probably the most technical course we've had after 6 years, was definitely this year. Race director Ty Katie just packed in everything he could find out here, including bringing back in that ominous 6-foot drop over on World Cup 5, last featured in 2021. Again, you can catch all that action. It is archived at InsiderMTB.com. Head over to their YouTube, and if you didn't catch any of the action from Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday, and you're hanging out on your couch on a Sunday, go back and watch some of the race action from early in the week. Got a riders 3 wide now, and it is Isaac Sproul still setting the pace. Brody Lake there been setting second wheel, and that's Rowan King Ellison with Gravity Collective up there in the mix. That white and black kit. They're going to punch up to the top here. Going to feel that wind for the first time in a little bit as they come off of this climb. Once they get to the top, mountain flattens out. Punch up, over, and around into portions of shared with the cyclocross competitions here at Centennial Park. Go up and over that small flyover. Just kind of ride the edge of what is known as Arvest Mountain. They're going to take a left-hand turn here. Again, it's really going to be a crosswind for these athletes as they go up and over this flyover. Your leaders 1-2, both in the dark kits there. Red and black, but 2 different teams. Team Booger and Free Fly Elite Development. Starting to see a little separation now finally back here up on top for the first time, as this group had come all back together early in this, what is the second of 4 full laps for our junior men 15-16 to make their way around the pond here at Centennial Park. It looks like the pace is picking up as Isaac Sproul with Team Booger. And Brody Lake trying to stay on terms, see if he can go with him. Isaac Sproul looks over his shoulder, hits the gas, definitely putting in a big dig here, see if he can't create some separation. Next time through is going to be about the halfway point. Leaders of our junior men 15-16, going to see 2 to go. As we go back to some of the other race action on course. Tucker Plate there, bib 288. Ross Bowman now getting mixed up with some other age group racing for Swift Spoke Race Team. That's Nathan Brannick as well. But the lead looks down to 2. Looks like the selection may have been made as Isaac Sproul definitely picked up a pace. See a couple riders there on your screen trying to get back on turns through 5th place. Maybe 6th place, but definitely starting to spread things out as Brody Lake not going to let Isaac Sproul go up the road. Lashes right back on the next climb. That's Elijah Kemp there. Rider 811 coming across your screen, as well as Drew Edsel. Osvaldo Mardones out there mixing it up. Osvaldo part of that Oz development team based right here in Northwest Arkansas. Some more riders making their way up out of and onto the power climb. Make a hard right-hand turn here and punch up that climb featured in Friday's short track. So for these athletes that race short track on Friday, they know what this climb feels like. During short track, they would come to the top and they would turn right. Now they're veering off a little bit short of that to the left in today's race course design. Shot back at our leaders, though, as they now make their way back up towards the top of the mountain. They'll hit the field, and it's again be a bit of a time trial back to the start finish as they're exposed to the wind while they're up on top. Gusts well over 30 miles per hour, easily 15 plus mile per hour sustained winds. They're going to feel that when they get back to the top of this mountain. One more riders making their way through the woods here. Fleet Nystrom, saw him racing out here on Friday during the short track competition. As well as Alex Bergen there on your screen. Greg Galletti there as well with that next group. But speaking of groupings, it's a 1-2 off the front for our junior men 15-16 as Isaac Sproul and Brody Lake. We'll see if athletes like Rowan King Ellison with Gravity Collective can't bridge back up, but saw Isaac Sproul look over his shoulder and definitely picked up the pace and saw he had some separation, so he stayed on the gas trying to blow this race up about halfway through. Seems to be working too, because we're seeing some separation for the first time. Approaching the halfway mark in our junior men's 15-16-year-old field. They're doing 4 full laps, about 16 miles of racing, about 1,600 feet of elevation gained as he goes up and over that flyover. It's going to be a hard right turn. They're going to go past this feed zone here. Chance for a bottle hand up as these athletes are taking advantage of that. Again, temperature's not as hot as they were yesterday afternoon yet, so we're still in the 70s. Now hitting 80 degrees. Corrections, we are into the 80s now, but plenty of wind blowing across the venue. Wind had died down yesterday afternoon, and it was just 90 and felt like it. It was a cooker of an afternoon here at the park, but nice windy, cool morning here in Fayetteville. As your leaders now on approach into Stonehenge, it's still Isaac Sproul setting the pace with Brody Lake with Free Fly Elite Development. Really the only one proving he has what it takes today to go with him. And once they come through here this time, we'll be able to give you some time splits as they do. Let's see with this chase group. Again, podium's going to be 5 dip, and there's the chase. So it looks like you got another group of 6 riders, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they're not far off the mark. And now these two athletes can see them approaching Stonehenge, so they'll get an idea of kind of what their gap is. They'll have a good idea of this as they come through. Seeing 2 to go for our junior men. Going to be 2 to go. Take the opportunity to grab a gel as they make their way through the start finish here. Not a lot of opportunities to feed or stay hydrated, so you really got to take advantage of those opportunities. One of them is the start finish chute. Again, there's a couple feed areas out on course. These riders know right where and when they need to be reaching for a gel or a bottle. So you see them drop that dropper post down because they're going to start this descent. It's about a mile descent off the north side of the mountain as they drop back into the woods. And here comes the chase. So 30 seconds. That's a gap from third back to first and second. There's a 30-second gap as a big pack of riders, including Luke Johnson, Axel Farnham, Hendrik Wusso, Reed Pfeiffer, Grayson Wimberly, and more are giving chase. But Luke Johnson leading that next group through.
Early riders, we're going to be 30 seconds out to our podium. Again, 30 seconds to our podium, starting off with our junior boys, and then we'll go junior boys 10 and under, junior boys 11 to 12, then junior girls in that first wave. Once again, podium coming up for wave number 1 and wave number 2. Again, podium coming up for wave number 1, 2, and 3. Wave 1 and 2. As our junior 15-16s continue to be able to make their way through. Isaac Sproul remained on the front right there with a 16:34. So that's about 10 seconds slower than what they did before as they were just coming through, seeing 2 to go. As a great race forming there because it's a large group that is all together. So we're going to get ready with our podium because we'd like to be able to get through this to be able to announce the finish of our 15-16. So with that, junior boys 10 and under. Like to be able to start off we're doing 5 places deep for everybody. I'm looking for James Bender. Make your way up to the stage. James Bender finishing up in 5th. What about Winston Arango? You're going to be in a 4th place position for Winston. Then we got the brother racing for Molly Maid as well. It's a bronze medal ride. It's going to go to Max Bender. Silver medal ride going for Ryder Pinky. And your winner, number 1 on the day, riding for Cresta Butte, Julian Williford. These are your junior boys 10 and under. Congratulations. Williford, Panky, Bender, Arango, and Bender. Junior boys 11 to 12. Junior boys 11 to 12. 5th place, I'm looking for Martin Lopez. Martin Lopez, come on down. Spencer Kunkel had a fantastic ride. He's going to be in 4th place with the Oz Devo team. Finishing up in 3rd with the Fun Devo team, Kaiser Boone. Second place with the silver medal, Philip Schwarz. And picking up a win, riding for Durango Devo. Please welcome Owen Moruskovic. Arms up in the air. Look at that. Your champions of 1 through 5 are junior boys 11 to 12. Junior girls 10 and under. Junior girls 10 and under. This is going to go 2 places deep for our junior girls 10 and under. 2 places deep. Silver medal, 2nd place, Selena Barton. And picking up the victory, a dominating ride, Kylie Rogers. Congratulations, Rogers and Barton, you're 10 and under. Junior girls 11 to 12. Junior girls 11 to 12. Riding for Fun Devo, another podium, Finn Boone in 5th place. With Boone picking up the 5th, it's going to be Avery Reno grabbing the 4th. Great ride to be able to finish up 3rd on the day, Stella Palamaki. Turning the pedals over and having the power, Team Boogers, Sydney Lehman in 2nd. And riding away from everyone, a solo ride for a solo win, North Shore Raiders, Naya Moctezuma.
Junior girls 15-16. Junior girls 15-16. Fifth place. Coming out of the Miller School is going to be Evan Paget Waller. Paget Waller in fifth. Finishing up in fourth, I'm looking for Harley Dieters.
Pleasure.
Continuing with our junior girls 15-16. Gravity Academy, third place on the day, Alexandria Paskowicz. Second with the Rouleur national team, Zoe LeClaire. And picking up her second victory of the weekend, Bear national team rider Anna Moriskovich. Arms in the air and congratulations, Moriskovich, LeClaire, Paskowicz, Dutters, and Paget Waller. Junior girls 13-14. Junior girls 13-14. I'm looking for Anika Kroom. Anika, you're going to be fifth place on the stage. Anika riding for Team Booger. In fourth place is going to go to Quinn Kramer. With Kramer in fourth, third place, riding for Northworks, Carly Freimeiler. Silver medal ride, Sleigh Development Team, Adele Wiener. And your winner on the day, she rides for Tribe. Please welcome Emma Watkins. These are your champions in our junior girls 13-14. Watkins, Weiner, Freimiller, Kramer, and Kroom. Congratulations. Category 1 women, 17-18. Category 1, 17-18 women. Bridget Farnsworth is going to be in fifth place on the day. Farnsworth moving up into that fifth spot. Walking up on stage to get into the fourth spot, please welcome Marla Weiss. Farnsworth in fifth, Weiss in fourth, Elizabeth Lindsay, third place with Bear Devo. Silver medal, Haley Hanmeyer. And riding away from everyone, winning solo, your best on the day, Riley Kuhlman. Junior girls 15-16, junior girls 15-16. Fifth place, riding for Northworks, Quinn Miller. Miller was in fifth. Maeve Jones, you just picked up a fourth place finish. Third place, riding for Dirt Camp Racing, Kieran Newby. Silver medal ride, Eva Klessner. And a gold medal, number 1, XL Cycling's Amelia Fulmer. Category 2 women 17-18. Category 2 women 17-18. Lillian Barkstadt. 5th place for Lillian. Lillian Barkstadt in 5th. Nora Hackensack, come on up to the stage for your 4th place finish. Congratulations, Nora, for the 4th. 3rd place, Isabella Cianciolo. Isabella coming out of North Georgia, making the drive here. Silver medal ride of Out Racing, Cassidy Clark. And your winner with Bespoke Real Estate, number 1, Mara Williamson. Congratulations once again, Williamson, Clark, Cianciolo, Hackensack, and Barkstadt. Category 2 women, 19 to 29. 1 place and 1 place only. We're only bringing up the 1st place, and that is going to be your winner, Elsa Harrison, number 1. Congratulations, Elsa. Nice job. Women 40 to 49. Also, number 1, Maggie Kemp. Excellent ride out there, Maggie, and congratulations. Category 3 men, 15 to 18, 15 to 18, Ellis Cunningham. Ellis riding for the Oz Devo team will have a 5th place. Oz Devo team as well, looking for Lauren Warnicki. Let's look for another Oz Devo rider. 3rd place, Christopher Stillwell. Finishing up in 2nd, Benjamin Kumps. And topping it off, Oz Devo to the top step of the podium, Julian Stillwell. That Category 3 men, 15 to 18, coming down to a sprint, less than 1 second between 1st and 2nd. Congratulations to Stillwell, Compers, Christopher Stillwell, Lane Warnicki, and Ellis Cunningham. Category 3 men, 40 to 49, Cal Cunningham. We got a whole Cunningham crew. Cal making his way up. You're going to be in 4th place, Cal. 4th place for Cal. Ty Kurth, you're going to be in 3rd place. Bronze medal ride for Ty Kurth. Silver medal ride looking for Dustin Juntinen. Come on, podium. There we go. That'll be 2nd place for Dustin. And your winner, riding away from everybody, this is CJ Stillwell. Coming up for our final podium of the, not of the day, our final podium for this wave, we're looking for Zoe Frick, which will be in 3rd place for Zoe. This is going to be our women 15 to 18, Category 3 women 15 to 18. Zoe Frick, Southside Cross Country Devo team. 3rd, Madison Fields, you're going to be Matrix Cycling Club in 2nd place. Congratulations, Madison. And your winner, number 1, riding for Team Booger, Madeline Frost, winning your Category 3 women 15 to 18. Congratulations to all of our racers and our full podiums as we're going to take a look back at a fantastic race taking place on course.
And Frankie, a fantastic race it is, as there is a true battle for the ages going on between Brody Lake and Isaac Sproul. And as they come in, it's going to be their bell lap on approach now. It's going to be 1 to go for the leaders for our junior men in the 15-16. Here they are. They've come through the start-finish line. These two have been trading blows back and forth this entire lap. I mean, attack after attack. Both these riders able to answer the call of one another, but Isaac Sproul and Brody Lake separating themselves from the rest of the pack. There was about a 30-second gap last time through for our leaders. Our leaders had a 30-second gap over the rest of the field last time through. Something tells me they've opened that up even more, as that chase group of about 8 riders all the way back through 10th place, staying all together. Going to take that one down again. Podium's going to round out being top 5. But it is definitely spicy towards the front of this race, as it is Free Fly Elite Development's Brody Lake battling it out with Team Booger's Isaac Sproul, as here comes the chase. All of our junior men coming through. Team should be 1 to go for our junior men 15-16-year-old age group race.
All right, 15-16 is coming through with 1 lap to go. On the uphill right now, making their way in, that's going to be Nathan Douglas in that blue jersey. Douglas is part of that 19 to 29 division. He's got a few tag-alongs right behind him, making sure he doesn't get too far away. That's going to be Jelani Davis with Dirt Camp Racing. Jelani won the short track, so having a great race weekend. Jelani had a fantastic short track race a little bit earlier this weekend as well. And that's going to be Luke Beckman making their way through as well. Last lap for these leaders came through with 16:53. Remember, lap number 1, Brandon, was 16:21. Lap number 2 was 16:34. Lap number 3, 16:53. So cat and mouse games a little bit, but lap number 1, a super fast lap. I think that kind of redlined a lot of riders, and then they ended up not being able to keep up with that such a fast pace. Yeah. See Justin Thomas right there in that white jersey taking a sip of water.
So a little separation between that chase group now as they came through. Rowan King Ellison 35 seconds back off the mark between first and second. That battle happening between Isaac Sproul and Brody Lake. And then a 15-second gap back to Jack Abel and the chase group. Once again, all of our junior men 15-16 coming through, getting a 1 to go. So we can see if we can't catch up with the action of our 2 leaders out on course here shortly. Try to keep up with that as they're on that final lap, and they have been battling it out off the front. They got the whole shot, the red, both in red and black kits. As we get a look now at Vincent Alanio with We Development, as well as Lewis Hudgen with Beyond Racing now punching their way up out of the woods. We'll see if we can't get a shot of our leaders here shortly on InsiderMTB.com. And there they are. They're still together. An incredible race happening out here. Again, this race, the junior men 15-16 short track competition, one of the most exciting races we've seen all week, and this proven to be similar in the sense that you have a true battle, 1-2 battle happening between Brody Lake and Isaac Sproul. They have been trading blows, swapping position throughout this competition, and they're on their final lap. Reminder, today's results ticker being brought to us by Slay Devo. Slay Devo, the first complete athlete development pathway built to take riders from NICA to elite. Learn more at slaydevo.org. no one. And look back here at the leaders as they are bombing down the north side of the mountain. Just, again,
to a battle, isn't it?
It is, Frankie. This has been a hard-fought battle by both these gentlemen. Neither of them willing to give an inch. We've seen several attacks. I watched Brody Lake while you're calling all the recognizing the efforts. Congratulations once again from our first round of podiums. But while that was happening, Brody Lake put in a big dig and tried to make an attack on that power climb, and Isaac Sproul shut that right down. So just little games of cat and mouse happening here at the front of the race as both these athletes testing one another, trying to see if they can't wear one another down as they're back on a climb here. Again, they're about halfway through the final lap. It's about 4 miles around each and every time. As you can see there, it's a double track section here. Punching back up the mountain. You can see it doesn't really speak to how steep it is out there, but you can see how close they are to that bar, Frankie, as they're in that just real low, just grinding that climb out as they look to punch back up to the mountaintop here.
As a reminder for our next riders, if you're in wave number 4, going off at 11:45, in about 5 minutes, staging for you is behind the official stage. Again, staging is behind where the timing stage and the official stage is, the big black stage. Your staging is behind the official stage, and you have 5 minutes. We'll have our first call to staging coming up as you're getting ready for 11:45 with our junior boys 13, 14, and the rest of the categories. It'll be our final wave, and as a reminder for the racers that are all out there racing right now, if you're taking care of any of them, podium will be for this next set of waves at 1:30. Again, podium coming up at 1:30. In the meantime, Sproul continues to be able to control the pace. Love the fact that that rider in second position attacked to try to be able to see if he could test Sproul. And that's the one way to be able to find out if somebody has some good legs or bad legs. And so these two guys obviously battling it out. Sproul picking up the win at the short track on Wednesday, or not on Wednesday, we're picking up the short track on Friday. And right now, coming back to be able to see if he can pick up the cross-country win as well.
Yeah, that's Brody Lake with Free Fly Elite Development in that kind of matching kit, both in red and black. Brody, the taller of the two, you can kind of pick him out there, a little taller in height, but neither of these athletes able to create separation, but they are trading blows and throwing down the attacks as they make their way through that feed zone here. They've gone down, up, down, back up, and they're about to drop off. Again, they'll go up and over this flyover and dive back into single track when they peel off of this section of the cyclocross race course, what's known as Chasing Gold here at Centennial Park. And we'll be chasing gold again this December in cyclocross again. Fayetteville and Centennial Park set to host the 2026 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships this December. As they start this descent, but you can see they're staying on the gas as Isaac Sproul up and out of the saddle, carrying speed down into the woods. Might see a little separation on the descents as they are fast and short, but then these two have come right back together on all the climbs. You can see some of the technical trail out there, just mountain littered with rocks and roots here as peek through the trees. Still early spring, you know, a month from now. The hillsides here on the mountain are all heavily wooded, canopy covered, and this will all be greened out and lush, and wouldn't be able to see through the forest canopy as we can today. We go back to our leaders here.
(19 to 29), just in case you're wondering, Jacob Fernandez is our current race leader that is out there. He's moved up 21 spots. He's been passing people nonstop as he's been flying around this course. That's a nice shot of our leaders right there as...
Okay, final lap. This, if you're going to make a move, do we try it here? And this is where I was saying, this is where Brody Lake tried to come up and around and put in a big dig the last time around.
A little bit depends on how strong or how fast Sproul has been going. I mean, if he's pushing the pace and Brody Lake is like, a little bit on his limit, obviously you're not going to be able to attack him, but I would take a little bit of a gamble if you're feeling good and it's just riding a little bit at a tempo. Maybe you can catch him by surprise. Maybe you can get a gap and be able to force Sproul, maybe even to make a mistake when he's trying to be able to bring you back in. So a lot can happen during this last half lap. But again, 4.2 miles around, as it's our cross-country title up for grabs with our amateurs. And this is our 15-16s right now that we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, that's Jake Huzar there leading that group through. Again, there was a chase group had formed of about 8 riders giving chase in this junior men's 15, 16-year-old competition. But
I think that chase group right there we just saw is Braxton Maybe, who is leading them through. That's in that Bear Devo team, a Rouleur Devo team. And nice size group right now on the uphill of the climb, trying to be able to get around as we see our 2 leaders now going to flyover.
Isaac Sproul sending that. Yeah,
Sproul is on the attack now.
Yeah, you saw him catch air as he went over that. And just airing it out here, carrying speed. Again, crosswind of about 30 miles per hour, gusting across the top of the venue.
Interesting, Sproul didn't attack on the uphill. He kind of waiting for an area where I think maybe they didn't expect an attack, and that's where Sproul put the hammer down, trying to be able to catch Brody Lake by surprise. Previous national champion Sproul, so he knows how to be able to win, and he's trying to be able to take advantage of that right now. Only has about a 1-second gap. They were wheel to wheel. Now there's got a little bit of a distance between the two.
Yeah, they're descending here as the wind pushes through. They're descending off the mountain for a final time. One more down and up, Frankie. Going to drop off the mountain again. Some of the steepest part of the course. And then turn around and punch right back up for a final time. This descent, they're on one of the steepest descents, and then it's about a mile sprint, bottom to top. So once they get to the bottom and start this climb, they're basically climbing all the way back to the finish line. Getting 4 miles around and over 400 feet of elevation gained each time. So big race for our junior men 15-16.
On the uphill right now, that's going to be Jake Huzar in that white jersey, tapping on the pedals. One of the riders behind him, that's going to be Wes Matson, as Matson is with Control Racing in that red jersey. The light blue jerseys now starting to be able to make a little bit of tempo, riding in that big gear out of the saddle. The strongman of Drew Edsel with Dirt Camp Racing. Remember him from before? Was it in the short track?
Yeah, look, he's
right?
still.
I did 50 RPMs in the big gear.
Doing the same again today, just powering up that climb. Look back here to our leaders. 1-2 again, Brody Lake, Isaac Sproul. That is Free Fly Elite Development versus Team Boogers. Both those gentlemen looking to cap off what has been an exciting weekend of racing for our junior men 15-16. They're on that final climb of the course. Really, it's a climb all the way back to the finish line, though. Flattens out a little bit at the top, more of a drag race once they hit the field again. It'll be pretty exciting to see how they come out of the woods here. Because if they're still all together in that final stretch, looking like Isaac Sproul now trying to put in a big dig here, is going to run out of single track shortly as they're starting to navigate lap traffic, allows them to group back up. They're going to try to navigate a little bit of traffic here out on course. See if they can't get some clean air to finish this race.
Jeremy Norris in that red jersey, continuing to keep his pace going as our 2 leaders now latched back up. So that gap that had opened up with about a 1-second gap between the two, that's been closed down. So Brody Lake right on the wheel of Jack Sproul as they are continuing to make their way around.
Yeah, maybe about a half mile left of racing here as they're pushing their way up the mountainside. You can see here it's about to flatten out here shortly.
I've only seen one attack from Sproul, though, like that one that was kind of unexpected. So maybe Sproul is comfortable leaving it for a sprint. I mean, I'm not sure. Brody Lake, obviously, if somebody's stronger than you, maybe you're not sure if you want to be able to leave it for a sprint, but Brody Lake may have some good acceleration. So right now, trying to be able to figure out who's comfortable to leave it for a sprint and who's not. If they've got another attack with Sproul going right around the outside. So I got a feeling Sproul is not comfortable leaving it for a sprint, trying to be able to do a surprise attack around that turn.
Yeah, we'll see if we can go back to that race action here so we get a look at the crowd starting to build at the finish line for the finish of our junior men's 15, 16-year-old age group race. And, okay, there's that separation. There was an attack put in. And it does look like Isaac Sproul maybe created some separation on that final climb. I don't want to say that Brody Lake is setting up, but
one thing to keep in mind, we're about 5 minutes out until we're going to have our cutoff time. Again, we're about 5 minutes out until our cutoff time. The officials will let us know when that is going to take place as we're waiting for that red jersey. Which red jersey is going to be in the front? Almost matching jerseys, but a little bit different, as Bodie Yoakum is on the front right there pushing the pace.
And it does look like Isaac Sproul was able to make a move here late, and it tells me he is now on his own as he approaches Stonehenge. So these two riders all together with maybe a tenth of a mile to go. And then I do believe that was Isaac Sproul that put in that big dig. Hard to, again, matching kits, different teams, but very similar.
Just look for
kits.
the tall white socks. That's that key giveaway of Sproul, waiting for him to be able to make his way around. He entered into Stonehenge with about a 5-second lead. He only attacked in that last mile to be able to get that gap because he did not want to have to wait for a sprint. And so waiting to be able to see with Isaac Sproul getting ready to be able to come down. He picked up the win at the short track, and guess what? He comes back and wins here in the cross country. A glance over the shoulder, the untouchable. Please welcome your winner, Isaac Sproul. Nice job by Brody Lake as well. Not easy to be able to stay with Sproul. That's a fantastic result in second. Free fly rider. And then right behind him, could be one of our 17-18 riders as Cash Miner is making his way down. I think he's just going to make it in.
And then Ronan King Ellison coming across the line in third. And so strong showing by him. He got, there was a chase group of about 8 out there, Frankie, in our junior men 15, 16-year-old field. Never able to bridge back up and get on terms with the two leaders. But King Ellison able to create some separation from himself and the rest of the field and ride it in solo with about a lap and a half to go. When he came through here with 1 lap to go, he had about a 30-second gap on that chase group and able to maintain that, as it looks like he did. It's about 19 seconds back from second. Here they all come in now. This is the rest of that lead group of our junior men 15-16 is Braxton Mabey, Hendrick Wasso, Grayson Wimberly, and Jack Abel going to find themselves in the top 10, as is Alex Farnham, Nate Beaver, and Leighton Sharp going to round out your top 10 in our junior men 15-16 competition. Again, competition counts as round 1 of the USXC Open Series. This round 1 of the U.S. Open Series presented by Violet Farms for both our Cat 1 15, 16-year-old boys and girls and our junior boys and girls 13, 14. And Frankie, that's what's up next. We got one more big race to go in the series. So going to lead this next group off at 11:45 is going to be our junior boys 13, 14. Again, counting towards race 1 in the U.S. Open Series. The USXC Open has become the premier national cross-country series to chase in 2026. 5-round national series is starting this weekend here in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and then moves throughout the country. We're heading to California in April, then on to Virginia, Washington, and Utah. National cross-country series with over $80,000 in cash and prizes up to grabs, and 10 category titles, including our junior men 15-16 and our junior boys 13-14. Who are set to take to the course next. Again, we're about 10 minutes away from the start of our final wave on the day, with our junior boy 13-14 going out, going to do 3 laps. And you've got some other age group mixed in there as well, as our Cat 2 boys 15-16, Cat 2 men 17-18, 19-29, 30+, 40-49, 50-59, 60-69, 70 plus all going out in this final wave of racing. You can see there on your screen as they start to get ready for staging. But what an exciting 15, 16-year-old junior men's competition that was, as Isaac Sproul and Brody Lake stayed all together. They were trading blows and really attacking one another throughout that 16-mile race. In the last 10th of a mile, Isaac Sproul put in a big dig, I think coming up over that flyover as they came out of the woods for a final time. And Brody Lake just didn't have anything left in the tank to answer. So Isaac able to create that separation on that final home stretch.
We've reached that cutoff time. So for all riders coming across the line, no matter what, it's going to be their final time. Everyone finishes at the corner. Everyone is done. Everyone finishes once they get to the corner, as we're getting ready for the final wave of our U.S. Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. And Brandon just went through all those different categories, getting ready to go off at 11:45. For the riders on the backstretch, getting ready for your race. Again, podium will be at 1:30. Again, podium at 1:30. And our first junior boys, 13-14, going off at 11:45 a.m. We're welcoming back many of the riders. And if you're looking for staging, it is behind the officials' stage. Once again, behind the official stage is where staging will take place, as we're continuing with day number 4 of our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
Last wave of riders getting ready is less than 15 seconds out. That's the whistle, so we're underway. Going to have over about 100 riders in our different categories on their way out. That's our junior boys 13-14 kicking them off. Next up, category 2 boys 15-16. Right now we have every 2 minutes going up to 11:55. We're going to wait until 11:55 and then we'll resume our live coverage.
All right, those tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, catching the start of our Junior Men 13-14 category race here, which is one of 10 categories in the 2026 US XC Open Walmart Pro Cup round 1 of that 5 race series here in the States. As we get our final races underway here today, day 4 of 4 at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Next group off the line here. Might be our Cat 1 men 17-18. Or it could be our Pro Cat 1 men open. Just a few more race starts to get out on course. Again, 4 miles each and every time around. About 400 feet of elevation gain. All right, and back to the action here on course for those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. Thanks for the little break. Pause in commentaries. We got all these races underway here today, which is day 4 of 4 for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. You're looking at the pointy end of our junior boys 13, 14-year-old age group race. Big field, and Frankie, still all together. They're doing 3 full laps of the big course that we've seen featured today, 4 miles around each and every time, as they've just punched their way up that experienced Fayetteville power climb and start to come up here to the top of the mountain. Looks like we've got a initial selection of maybe about 12 riders here in making the selection in this junior men's 13, 14-year-old age group race. Again, counting to round 1 of the USXC Open Series, Fayetteville round 1 for these athletes, a 5-race series, really the premier series of cross-country mountain biking here in the United States.
Lead group of about 11 all coming together. Nice job of the rider in the back just moving up. I don't know why he stopped moving up, though. It was just, once you have your momentum, and sometimes that's hard to be able to teach with these young riders, is that don't be afraid to go all the way to the front, because even if you get all the way to the front, someone will pass you, and then you'll be able to get in that second wheel or third wheel, but be in a better position. I mean, he was used up the power to be able to have that momentum. He was moving up on the outside, then he hit the brakes to be able to pull into about like the 6th or 7th position. So don't be afraid when you have momentum to make sure to be able to use it. No reason to slow down. Somebody, I promise you, somebody will pass you at some point. If you're super strong like Sproul, then you can just ride on the front for 2 laps. But normally, you know, riders, they do a little bit of gamemanship out there, a little bit of strategy and tactics taking place. And that's what's taking place right now with these 15 and 16. Got a bunch of different categories as well, as some of these riders are hitting onto the hill. Again, it's our 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, a lot of our category 2s. And then doing 2 laps is going to be our older riders, our Masters riders, as they're going to be 60 to 69 and 70 plus.
Give a good look there at some of the riders as they make their way through the woods. That's Bodine Hastings in your screen there. Well, these riders about halfway into lap number 1 here. We catch them here on that power climb.
Number 830, I saw Michael Renier in there, and guys all trying to be able to stick together, so that's good. Nice ride by them. Very difficult, very fast first lap. 6:48, that's going to be Isaac Roach in a red jersey on the right-hand side. Looking at number 723 there as well, as that's going to be Alex Chonard. And then a couple riders dangling just off the back, not being able to handle the pace that some of these first riders are doing.
A reminder, our final podiums of the day and the weekend coming up at 1:30. That's going to be for our wave 3 and 4. Third and fourth waves of races will do that final podium of the weekend at 1:30, about an hour and a half from now. So
Wyatt Frisbee taking in a gel immediately. I mean, he just started. I guess as a teenager, you're always hungry, even though, you know, they're literally 5 minutes into the bike race, and so you decide to be able to power down a gel. There has been a lot of new studies about increased carbohydrate intake during a race, so not a bad idea to prevent yourself from, bonking or not having the fuel to be able to keep up. So another rider taking a little bit of a gel and hydration as well.
Well, Frankie, we can talk a little
bit about that. You got those honey stingers. That's what they're chowing down on.
That's right. Shout out to our official nutrition partner, the Fueled by partner Honey Stinger. But Frankie, you know, no stranger to a bike race. You've seen, nutrition strategy change over the years. What was it like a few years ago when you were out there on a bike road racing? What was the nutrition plan like that back then? You didn't have all this optimized energy like we do have now, right? Early days there wasn't gels too. Did those things exist?
We had electrolyte mixes that we would use. We had gels and things like that, but there wasn't the emphasis on being able to take in the 100 grams an hour, 150 grams an hour. So, and it's different. This is intense. It's 1 hour. The races I was doing was about 5 hours. So, kind of relied on solid food for a lot of the first part. You got a rider with mechanical on the left-hand side. So solid food, and then we'd go to gels and energy drinks like that for the latter part of the race. So, yeah, a big difference from, things that were going on in the 80s and 90s compared to what is going on. Hopefully he can get that chain back on the bike and be able to get himself going again.
And by solid food, we're not talking like you're not eating like a burger out there on course. We're
No,
talking like
I mean,
granola bars,
yeah.
Cliff bars, things like
Well,
that.
not even energy bars, but just normal like little sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly, ham and cheese,
Okay.
cream cheese and jelly with some, in a little tiny bread sandwich, pastries
For some carbohydrates.
banana, yeah, just a little bit of solid food. Because what happens when you eat all those goos or any kind of gels like that, there's so much sugar in them, they'll upset your stomach. Even though every time you take a gel, you're supposed to take about like 20 ounces or 16 ounces of water with it. Very difficult to be able to do. So when you get that too much sugar intake, you get bloated and you can't do that digestion. You can imagine in a 5-hour race, if your stomach gets messed up an hour or two, you're not going to make it to the end. You're going to have big problems. So you got to try to be able to avoid that. What a nightmare coming all the way out here to be able to do the bike race and in a good position. And now Jet Flutie, Southside Cross Country Devo team in the 15-16 category, having a mechanical that he can't fix out on the course. So Flutie having to walk his bike up there. Or maybe he can get going. Maybe it's just a little bit of a, I think he might even be stuck. I mean, I don't know, stuck in one gear. I'm not sure what's going on, but glad to see him going again as the rest of the riders are making their way up.
Yeah, speaking of riders.
Look, there's another rider in the back walking. If we go back to that same shot we just had a minute ago, you got like a Chris Blevins walk taking place right now. Maybe that's going to be the new title, Chris Blevins walk, because that guy's got it draped across his shoulders.
Same wheels, same thing.
Tire blown
shot.
up, same thing, just destruction, hitting those rocks. The rock garden's taking its toll on Haley Batten with a mechanical, losing the race. Chris Blevins, our elite pro, with a mechanical and losing the race. And now this rider in the back on the long walk home.
Yeah, I think that's rider 899. That might be Tommy Martin with About Racing. It is, and just a, not the best way to end a weekend, but something tells me we'll see him out here racing again as that back tire just completely off that rim.
Not today.
And you get a good look here. And we're about to see our leaders of our junior boy 13, 14-year-old race make their way in. You've got a selection of 4, 5, 6. Frankie, this race staying together early on. Leader's going to get 2 to go this time through. But you do have looks like the initial selection now of about 6 riders. A couple more trying to get back on terms here as they approach Stonehenge. Got 7, 8, 9 riders here. Just unfortunate for that rider there. Now with me and joining us in the booth for the first time this weekend, race director Ty Katie, race director of the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup and a few rounds of the USXC Open Series. Ty, welcome.
I appreciate it, Brian. Well, let's not focus on me, and let's check out who's coming through the start shoot here with the lead pack, man.
Yeah, I got a big group here coming through as we speak. They're going to come through.
We got Cooper Wells in there? No? What do we got?
Yeah, it looks like Max Thornton leading the way. Weston Elkins, Cooper Wells, Bryce Stevens, Nolan Elkins, Everett Cruz, Elliott Knox. The Elkin brothers, strong showing by them in the short track with
I feel like they're out
Weston
from my
winning
area
the short track
SoCal.
on Friday.
The Elkin brothers are doing some damage back in California, if I'm correct. So two strong riders for sure.
Doesn't surprise to see both those riders up in the top 10 after they're showing in the short track.
Obviously, Todd's son Cooper's in the mix. Yeah, Stephen Rise. Yeah, the level of these junior kids, Brandon, I feel like every year it gets faster and faster. I mean, look at that group we got going.
Yeah, Cooper Wells there, like you mentioned. Todd joining us yesterday in the booth. Now his son out there racing today. Great to see Cooper Wells up there in the top 3, setting third wheel that time through.
I mean, they're doing sub 18 minutes out there. That's cooking.
They are cruising around making quick.
Yeah. When I build these courses, I have a guesstimation of what I think the fast kids, and I'm always wrong. They always are
faster than you think they're going to be.
Yeah, they really are, especially with this year's conditions, right? I mean, it's
dry and fast, a little loose. We know there's some dust been kicked up, but
it's a really fast course right now. You know how quick learners permit when it's dry, how flowy it is, and you can pump all those berms and jumps and stuff. But we changed things up this year, and we're excited to be back here at Centennial Park, and when the weather permits, we like to kind of mix it up and bring in new sections and keep this place feeling fresh for the people keep returning with us. So.
Well, and you did that this year for sure. That Elite XCO race course this year, probably the most technical I've ever seen it, as I know that we're looking to provide these early season quality competition and really a high level of technicality in the race. And this week's race course, very technical. And then for the first time in, I don't know if you've featured it before, but learner's permit, what you're looking at on screen here on InsiderMTB.com, when they drop off the north side of the mountain, this side of the mountain sets in the shade a lot this time of year, can really hold some moisture, but with conditions being so dry and dusty, you can see just how fast the race course is going to be as they bomb down the side of the mountain into that catch berm before they turn around and punch back.
Yep, no, and then what we do is we come off of learner's permit, and instead of going to the traverse, I hung a quick right, and they do kind of that double track.
Yeah, we've seen that double track.
That wasn't available for many years, and man, that's a real stinger in the legs. It's chunky, it's loose, it's rocky, has pitches of 18% or more. So, yeah, if you look at the profile on the map, it's a nasty little stinger. And so I'm hoping people walk away and had a good time, but also got challenged. And that's what we're trying to do here at the U.S. Cup. Is we may not be for everyone, and we realize that, but we're trying to provide a platform for this next generation. You've got Wells, you got the Elkin brothers. These are going to be our next 15, 16s. These will be our next 17, 18s. We'll be talking about them probably for years to come, Brandon. And who knows, this could be a future Olympian, and we don't even know it in our midst.
Yeah, and that wouldn't surprise me if it was, as this event really, after 6 years now, has the gravity. It's a who's who of youth development with us this week, Ty. You've got development teams from all over the country, again, joining us in Fayetteville, and a lot of the names that we're calling today in those 17, 18, or earlier than week now, even those UCI U23 categories, we've been calling their names when they were back racing this 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old age group races.
100%. I mean, the growth, I think we had 50% growth in U23. We actually had to split the XCC because that's a combination of elite and U23s. And it was close to 100 riders, and so we gave them the option. So we'll make you a U23 race just to get the time in, so that it's the explosive growth of these U23s and 17, 18, and 15, 16 classes is really exciting to see for sure.
But you're right, this 13, 14-year-old age group, they are cooking out there, carrying good speed. The leaders are going sub-19 after one lap. It's a 3-lap race. And going to be under an hour of racing. Now, we've seen it slow down a little bit throughout, so I imagine that, you're on a flyer that first. The adrenaline's pumping, you're ready to go, and, you're pushing hard.
One thing true about the kids, which I'm probably not wrong on, is they do burn some matches early and pay for it a little later. So you'll see some real fast laps, but some of it might come down a little bit. But you know what? With them all having coaches nowadays and power meters and loading up on honey stingers, they might be good for this 60 minutes.
Yeah, that our junior men 15, 16-year-old race that just happened about an hour ago. They were definitely carrying a quick pace through there and able to, at least the leaders, maintain a real fast pace for their laps. But see if our 13, 14-year-olds can't do something similar here. As you're getting a look there at the leaders, we're starting to see some separation out there. When they came through, there was a big group all together with 2 laps to go.
And I think we saw that all week due to the demand of the course profile. First lap kind of together, but the wear and tear of the course just naturally just splits the groups up and just splinters the field because it's so demanding. And so sometimes that makes for boring racing, but as an athlete, you want to be challenged, and we're trying to take things to the next level. And so the cream's going to rise to the top.
Yeah, top 5 here on our screen at one time tells you the races.
That's that climb we were talking about.
There's that double track where they punch back up the mountain here, and you can see on the race profile, I mean, Ty, that's a 18% grade. I mean, that gets pretty steep right there on that double track. It does not look like that on your screen at home.
It does no justice.
You're sitting on your couch. You have no idea just how steep this pitch is, but they are grinding up that, and really there's to be about 3, maybe 3, and 3. We'll call it 3 decent climbs in the course. Love the way the profile starts, though. They start up top, and it's a mile descent off the north side. What a fun way to start a bike race.
Oh, it's a roller coaster back there on learner's permit, and then you're going to pay for it later on in the profile. So I think I've got nothing but positive feedback, which is great. And for me, hearing the riders enjoying the course, the changes we try to improve here at Centennial Park, that's what we're here for, and that's why we exist. And so we always try to keep things moving forward and have everyone have a great experience out here.
Yeah, now it looks like we may have a lead group of 2, similar to our junior men 15, 16-year-old race with Brody Lake and Isaac Sproul. Starting to see 2 riders now be able to create some separation from the rest of the field. Leaders come through next time, going to get 1 to go. It's 2 to go for all our athletes as they're making their way through right now, but this one's going to be done and dusted. Dusty indeed are the course conditions, as you can see just how dry everything is out here. Ty, 19 degrees on Monday. Now it's 90 here. First day of spring on Friday. I feel like we just skipped spring completely. We went straight from winter right into summer this weekend, but 6 years in, we've had all from rain. We've went through rainy weekends out here. We've had windy additions. Yeah. This year, I would say this is the best race conditions.
Snow. I think snow is the only thing we haven't done. But we were laying out tech Monday morning. I show up unprepared, right? I mean, I know it's cold, but not that cold. Yeah, couldn't feel the fingers. Had to warm up in the live stream rig over a propane flame. So this place throws everything at you, but just probably the best weather we had. So let's jump in. I know that's one of the Elkins brothers.
That is one of the Elkin brothers right there. Not sure which one of the brothers it is, but that's one of our 2 Elkin brothers there in the front in that gray kit.
571, so let's double check.
That's going to be Weston. Yeah. So Weston now setting the pace, and the one rider able to go with him in that light green kit.
See if I can get a beat on that number. Now he ducked into the woods too quick, but we'll catch him here.
There's a battle of 2 going on, and there's the other Elkins brother right there. That's Noah Elkins setting 3rd wheel.
And that's Wells on his wheel. So we got
Cooper Wells there as well.
We got 2 splintered groups of some pretty fast kids in this race, and it shows you the quality of this junior field for sure.
Again, that's 1 through 4. We'll just have to pick out who is setting 2nd wheel to Weston. You see him just look at the speed they're carrying, Ty. 13 years old, just ripping through the woods.
Yeah, like I said, this is potentially, we'll be talking about them in 10 years, and it'll be where Blevins is at, So it's really cool that if we have any kind of say or gave these kids a platform, that one day, in a decade, we're watching them on the World Cups. That's always the dream, right? Cooper came through here, the Elkins brothers, and now they've made it across the pond, right? So that's a cool thing to talk about.
Well, and we've seen Christopher Blevins. I mean, he really has sung the praise of the U.S. Pro Cup. As when me and you first met amidst COVID back in 2020, can't pick that rider out. Looks like, they're trying to bridge back up.
Yeah, Wells and Noah's trying to catch Weston, and I think
that's
674.
Max Thornton with Hub Youth Cycling. That's the 4th
Thornton
rider in the mix, and so there you go. That's your kind of top 4, and maybe a couple other riders trying to bridge back up as well.
So that's Thornton, and got it. And it's Weston. And
and Thornton in that front group, and then Noah and Cooper.
Yep. Now does he chase his own brother down?
Well, they were riding 1-2 in the short track. They were definitely riding 1-2 in the short track.
I would chase my own brother down to get back on that wheel. But do the Elkin brothers play tactics? But that is still a good gap because that's steeper than it looks. So even though they've got a visual, that's 20 seconds maybe? So let's see if they can claw their way back. Todd's probably telling Cooper to stay out of the wind and be sneaky. I know his tactics from back in the day. So Cooper may not contribute to this group to get up to the front. We'll see what goes down here, but this is a great little battle going on, independent of each other.
Yeah, and they're about to feel that wind as they come back up to the top of the mountain here. Again, wind gusts about 30 miles across the mountain, south to north. So they're pointed about due south right there. Really, it's going to be a crosswind for much of the race course up on top of the mountain. We've seen some other athletes go into time trial mode when they get up here on top, just try to get low and underneath that wind as it comes across the mountain. There's the gap. Look there.
That looks a lot bigger now when you're not straight on and you get that visual. So I don't think they're quite in danger of being caught unless they really start playing games. And then you got
another chase group now.
Another third duo off the back there. So let's try to find out who that is. But these kids are giving it all, and man, it's awesome to watch for sure.
It is. And speaking of Todd Wells and Cooper's out there, Todd joined us in the booth yesterday. Very insightful conversation. Just a great afternoon of conversation with him for the elite men and U23 men. And a lot of we were watching just just the destruction of tires out there on course. Tire choice so critical this week, as those really lightweight casings of a traditional race tire, really didn't favor if that's what you showed up with, you probably had the wrong tire choice. You wanted something with some stronger casing, because the technicality of that XCO course this year was just shredding tires.
No, you're not wrong. And I think what happened is some people got caught out and forgot we went back to the old school course profile, and they've been getting away with, like you say, a lighter tire, lighter tread, faster rolling, and that just wasn't going to hold up out here. And so might have caught some people off guard this week. And if we're back here in 2027, we'll give you a preview. We're probably going to run this maybe with a couple changes, but it's still going to be gnarly.
Yeah, gnarly indeed. And that's what these athletes are looking for. It's early season, high quality competition.
I think that's Radical Raylan Levy at 603 that just came in. Now, he's another kid from my area, so it's great to see Raylan Levy from the Excel team make his way out here.
And Luca Wilford there, right there from Crest Butte.
Over 42 states again, so we're getting a lot of people making the pilgrimage here.
We said it's a mini national championship, but then you layer in the Canadian contingent that's here, and it feels it's definitely international competition.
The Canadians are strong right now, and I was actually talking to a dad out here from Fort Worth, just dropped in because it's spring break, so they're like, we're riding here anyways. Let's go to the U.S. Cup, and so
Pablo Schwartz there, that 722. Look back here at some of the chasers as they're approaching that power climb. This is that section where they dip up off of that double track that we saw earlier. They come back into this section of the cyclocross course called Chasing Gold, and then it's a hard right turn, punch up that
Had
climb.
they continued straight, that was UCI. That's a little too much for this field, so we do get them back on, and we give them a taste of some of the gnar, but then we go ahead and bring them back onto sections like this so it can open up. You can grab a gel like that guy there. You can drink, you can pass, and because we are mixing several speed categories there, and you can see some adults with some of the kids, and so we don't want to clog it all up or make it too technical. And so hopefully we found the right balance where everyone's happy and having a good time.
Well, it's been a great week of racing so far, and we're about to tie a bow on it, Ties. This is our last wave of 2026. It's been some incredible racing, and short track day Friday, probably some of the just best short track racing I've seen in a long time. Those races were real fun to call, but just that 1.2 mile course really didn't allow for much separation, and any darts that were thrown were done with like about a half lap to go. So pretty exciting.
I think there was no wind, and so it kept the race together a little more. But Chasing Gold always delivers on short track. I feel like it's just perfect. It's wide. It's fast.
Lots of places.
Yeah,
to
lots
pass.
of places to pass, get back on and stuff. And so, it produces some really good action.
So Jonathan Clark there leading this next group up through the woods. And then on the outside there, kind of making a pass there and picking up some positions. RJ Cart.
Course director Kevin Tucker crossing the finish line. We just want to thank Kevin and his team for doing just a great job. We didn't have quite the elements you and I battled last year, but they did a great job buttoning down the course, and they work for the Ozark Foundation, Brandon.
Yeah, Ozark Foundation, a great partner, longtime partner to the U.S. Pro Cup. I'll give Kevin and the team a shout out with the Ozark Foundation. The Ozark Foundation, the production partner to the U.S. Pro Cup in Fayetteville, with a mission to position Arkansas as a premier outdoor recreation destination. Ozark Foundation produces signature events such as the U.S. Pro Cup, Oz Trail Stage Race, and the Arkansas Graveler. That Oz Trail Stage Race, Ty, this May 21st through 24th coming up. Chance to come in and do a multi-day mountain bike stage race, marathon style mountain bike racing here in the Ozarks.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Mark your calendar.
You got Oliver Spriggs there. We'll see if we can't catch the leaders at some point. I know we'll catch up with our leaders. It does look there's two riders still together. They're coming across the cobbles, meaning they're about to pop up on top here back into that crosswind that's coming across the venue.
They're going to go the over-under bridge, and then they're going to head into feed zone 2.
So Max Thornton now leading them up.
He's back on the front. Thornton's back on the front for Hub Cycling, and then you got Weston. Yep. So he's not waiting for brother. So they don't have any instructions. He's just going to stick here. He grabs a feed and cools himself off. Temperature's unseasonably warm for this time of year, but I'm not going to complain. I'm from California, so used to the warm March. But yeah, like they're trading here, so I don't think Wells and Noah are going to get back on. I think these guys are the boss of this class, and I think this is going to be the battle for first and second, barring a mechanical or something like that.
It's going to be one to go for our leaders this time through, Ty. Yep. So about one more 4-mile lap to get it done as they approach Stonehenge here. Yep. You can see why we call it that as it comes into view. It's a double horseshoe design, really a unique finish line feature. Never seen anything like it in the country as the racers enter below.
The only place I've seen something like this would be England at Stonehenge. So, I mean, you guys brought one of the most famous
landmarks.
Yeah, to Fayetteville. I would expect nothing less. So
look at the wind there. You can see in the flags just that's that southerly wind. You know, these riders pretty small cats out here. They're going to feel that wind at that. You know, when you weigh 60 pounds.
Yeah.
You know,
it'll whip you around.
It'll whip
you around a bit. Yeah. Coming into Talladega Turn.
Going up and around that Bronco. Shout out to Lewis Brothers, longtime partner of the U.S. Pro Cup as well.
No, absolutely. Lewis supports us with support vehicles for our staff and officials, and that actually helps us be here and keep the cost down a little bit. And,
one to go, gentlemen. One to go. One to go. One to go.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So we're about to see what's going to go down here, and yeah, they've got a big gap. They've opened that gap up quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll get a big old time split here back to Nolan and Cooper Wells here as they are now on approach, and we'll be able to give that time split as our trading position here is Weston now moving to the front on this final lap.
Well, it's going to duck into this single track, and he knows he's going to get locked in, so he wants to lead through there, because once you're through there, you're there a mile
25 seconds. Didn't mean to cut you off. Cooper and Nolan, 25 seconds back off of Thornton and Elkins. So there's the chase. 25 seconds separating third to second.
Yep.
Group of two there working together. These groupings happening all over the course as Elliott Knox now comes through 18 seconds back off of fourth place. And right there with him was Everett Cruz and Rye Stevens. So a lot of racing left. 4-mile final lap here. So we get a look back at some of our riders about halfway through their third lap. All right, there's a look at our current national champion. That is Nolan Elkins in the Stars and Stripes. And leading Cooper back into the woods.
They're going to be locked in there about a mile there. It's all flowy. There's no place to pass.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a mile descent off the top, so they're not really it's really just trying to hold on through that section and stay with that rider.
I think if you're going to make an attack, it's when you come out of Fayetteville, learner's permit, instead of going Fayetteville Traverse, you're going to hang a
double track, that
up to that
double track.
I think you could see some separation there if you're going to try to make a move.
Well, Weston winning the short track on Friday, it did had that power climb in it. Yep. I wonder if this time around with this final lap, if he can use it there. But Elkins going to have a couple opportunities to create some separation over Max Thornton out here, and we'll see if he can get it done.
It's going to be interesting how that comes down. Let's see if we can catch some of these other riders coming in through the other camera feeds that Austin White has provided us at InsiderMTB.
Yeah, a good shout out to our presenting partner today of today's live stream. It's going to be USA Sport Inc., providing commercial videography, documentary style videography, photography, action photography, as well as live streaming like we're seeing today here with InsiderMTB.com. Reminder, follow us on the socials as well. It's InsiderMTB. A lot of great coverage on social media this week. A lot of stuff, just some.
It's all digital these days. When I was growing up, it was all ball bearings, but now it's all digital these days with Austin and his crew. Sharp group of young men really doing a great job for us out here, and we appreciate the value they're adding here for all these racers and teams and families.
Travis Nelson there, able to catch this action from your couch. Imagine a lot of friends and family tuned into this action right now as they got a young rider out on course and couldn't be here in person. Chance to catch them live for free.
For free.
That's amazing, really.
Now, while it's not free, grab a beer over at Fayetteville Beer Works, right, is here with us. And kind of cap off this great weekend of racing with a nice cold adult beverage if you're 21 and over.
Yeah, and it is lunchtime here at the venue. Plenty of food options available with our food vendors here with us. Want to thank them for being in attendance. Moe's Tacos and Churros, Smash Burgers. We got a lot of options out there. That lemonade
been wildly popular.
Vivian's Lemonade is next level.
As hot as it's been this week or this weekend, I mean, that has been, people have been bragging about just how good
I
that
had someone
lemonade
doing puppy paws across the line. You got to be careful there.
Yeah, reminder, that's not something that's allowed in competition. Got to maintain control
Hopefully
of that bike.
Justin Evans didn't see that, else there would be a DQ.
Got a couple more riders now on approach. This is Owen Hall and Michael Rainier going out for their final lap.
Speaking of the man, the myth, the legend, there's Austin White grabbing lunch for his crew to keep them going, because this is a full-time position, and that's what Austin does. He goes the extra mile, keep those guys fed here as we kind of cap off the weekend of racing.
Yeah, Austin not going to miss a meal as Steven Schwartz comes.
Getting a little delirious ourselves. We apologize. We haven't eaten, and so we've been out here for 4 straight days, so we might be getting a little bit comical, but let's get back to the racing, Brandon. And, oh, look at this battle going on. So
yeah, 1-2, you got, that is Weston Elkins there on front. Max Thornton now giving him pressure there. Yeah.
I'm shaking my hands here in the booth because they're going to be hitting this new double track climb. Let's see if there's any separation. Let's see if anyone's about to crack. We're gonna find if there's any chinks in the armor. All right, here we go.
So we got for sure.
Yep, Elkins leading.
Now there's a little. I imagine you're going to start running into the back end. Yeah, you can see just how arduous it is.
They got some traffic. They better get out of that line. I got a walker. Look at this.
Yeah, you got our. Oh, that's part of our medical team there, moving over, letting the leaders come through as they should.
Elkins throwing a little dig, but Thornton's right on him. Mano y mano right now. Ooh, this one's going to come down. I didn't see any weakness. I didn't see the rubber band stretch there at all. Thornton able to match. The body language looks good, Brandon, so they both look pretty solid and fresh. So this is a chess match, and these kids are learning the tactics they're going to need to know to go on to that next level of the 15, 16, 17, 18s, and maybe even a World Cup career.
Yeah, back there behind them was Nolan Elkins, the current national champion, and Cooper Wells battling it out for 3rd and 4th.
If you're Cooper Wells and your father is Todd, you've got a wealth of knowledge. You're basically got a rolling mountain bike encyclopedia. I mean, one of the most decorated U.S. men that I can think of as far as titles, Olympian, 4-time Olympian, cross titles. I mean, he's won it all. So Cooper's probably pretty ahead of the curve on knowing tactics. So we'll see how Cooper comes out on this as well. But for right now, Elkins is on the gas trying to put Thornton into position, but Thornton will not be dislodged right now. And look at the cadence right now. I mean, it's Weston Elkins is just putting it down. He's weaving a tapestry of pain right now.
As Max Thornton able to match that and go with him. Ty, you got one more up and down here. They're back on the top and they're about to drop down. Looks over his shoulder. They're going to drop into the woods one more time. One more descent.
Another grab, another cool off.
Oh, I take that back. Yep, correct. They're going to drop off the mountain here. They're back up to the top. They'll drop back down. Go up and over this flyover here. They'll go down and up and then down and up. So we got 2 more. You got 2 more big key descents and 2 more key climbs.
You've got the
here,
short track climb, and then you got the one coming out of World Cup 4 over there at the other end of the park. And then it's the flat field all the way home. So if he can't dislodge Thornton, it's going to be technical. I feel like Thornton, don't know anything about him, could be the better sprinter maybe. Both boys look about the same size. You can never tell by size, but I feel like Thornton could have maybe a little more horsepower if it comes to sprint.
Comes down to a sprint.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe Weston's going to prove me wrong. 874 with a low tire. Again, another victim of this Gnarly course. Who do we got there?
That's Benton Patterson. Hate to see that.
Benton. Get her on home, son.
Like he's just going to soft pedal out there, riding on that flat, looks back and just...
If I were him, I'd just roll straight to the Fayetteville brewery over there and grab myself a cold one and cap this off on a nice sunny Sunday.
Yeah,
he's walking.
Couldn't ask for better temperatures for a bike race, though, as more riders come through here.
Well, the thing we need to discuss here is they are not under UCI protocol. This is a USAC race. You have to be self-sustained. You have to bring your own tube and tire lever.
It's feed only in those tech zones, so there's no tech. It's feed only. They can get bottle hand-ups, and we've seen some of that, but if they get a mechanical, they have to address that under
Let's
their
go
own
back to Noah
power.
here real quick. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but Noah and
Cooper.
Cooper are having their own personal battle about 30 seconds off the lead there. So
battling it out for that third step on the podium.
Yeah.
That's a fun race to watch as well.
Oh, here we go.
Back to our leaders.
They're going to go up I'll call this the Fayetteville Power Climb, which used to be for several years. We moved it over just next for the pros, but this is still punchy. And Elkins is going again.
Yeah, look at that. And Thornton able to match that effort. Again, that Experience Fayetteville Power
Wow,
Climb
look
featured in the short track and the start loops for XCO competition. They're going to peel off here to the left.
Getting
punch
after
up
it.
to the top. They're going to go around Arvest Mountain and then drop back into the woods for a final time on that portions of that World Cup 4 section.
I feel like Weston spent a lot of time in the wind, though.
Well, now, last time through, he was setting second wheel, and it wasn't until they dove back into the single track that he jumped around, so maybe more comfortable leading them into the single track. But it does look like there is a little bit of size difference out there, though. I do think Thornton may have a little bit on him in size, and as you're talking about, if this thing comes down to a sprint, who's got a bigger sprint in them?
I know, but one's on a hardtail, so Weston's on the hardtail, Thornton on the full suspension. We've got size differences, bike differences. How's this going to play out? This is exciting. I love it.
Well, we're about a quarter of a lap from finding out, Ty Katie. As they're going to dive under this flyover, drop into the woods. Kind of a little figure 8 design here. They're going to loop down, drop into the woods one more time. And then from there, kind of a burner of a climb. Not as steep as some of the other climbs, those first two climbs on course, but this third climb out here, doesn't have the pitch that the other half, but definitely, it looks just like you're going uphill all the way to the finish line.
And it's chunky. What you can't see when you ride that, I was pre-riding, is it's chunky, so you can't get a rhythm. It's hard to just put power down, so that's going to sting the legs a little bit more than the course profile provides, but I don't know if there'll be enough separation. These two boys look really evenly matched. They're really well rehearsed in tactics, just you can tell by the way they're riding, and so it's going to be interesting how this goes down.
Yeah, watching them carry good speed back into the woods for a final time. As when we talk about it, truly this is the future of the sport. These young men just getting their career started. Ty, a little bit about the USXC Open. This is one of the categories, right? This is
a championship category. Yeah, so I feel like the Elkins brothers will be coming to round 2. Don't know much about Thornton, but yeah, so they're squaring off for short track and the XC. All counts towards the series. 3 of 5 rounds. We got some great prizes and a lot of money up for grabs for the more 17, 18, and U23 elite classes, but these guys are going to race for some good prizes and stuff from sponsors. And recognition, right? They're trying to get their name out there. They want to end up on Bear Development or Donovan Racing or one of those other development teams, right? So this is a showcase of their talent. Slight little separation, but not enough to really see any damage there. So.
Yeah, and they're about to get to that climbing section here as they've.
Yep, they're going to turn off a Fayetteville Traverse. They just did that. They're going to kiss the UCI course here when they turn off, and then it's going to be kind of, here we go. There's that turn. This is the merge. We got to, I can catch it over here. So, yep, they're about to head into the bottom of the wine barrel. So they're going to jump on the UCI course, and so we're giving them a chance just to get little samples of the course without totally killing these kids.
White out there on your screen as more of their athletes approach that power climb.
Here's
Back
that-
to the leaders.
Here's that chunky section I told you about. See, so although the profile doesn't look as serious, that's
technical.
Hard. Yeah, it's more technical. But they're motoring.
Yeah, just
slight
moving.
little gap, but then Thornton closes it down. This is going to come down to the wire. I don't see where Weston gets rid of them.
Well, in the previous race, in our 15, 16-year-olds, Brody Lake was holding Isaac Sproul's wheel until that final flyover once they got back to the grass. And Isaac Sproul was able to put in a dig right there, and that's the only separation. He was able to open that up, threw a dart, made it stick, and bring it across the line in first. But very similar race unfolding here for our 13-14s as, again, we have 2 leaders. They've been all together all 3 laps, and it's going to come down potentially to a bike throw. We'll have to see. Another athlete there. Looks like
he's just chilling, taking his helmet off. Looks like a Molly Maid rider, possibly. Couldn't catch the number, but didn't look like he was in too much distress, hopefully. And we had one of our bike support out there, so they're taken care of.
Yeah, shout out to the Oz Bike Patrol being out here, keeping these races moving.
Yeah, he's back under power. Check him out. He's doing good.
And back to our leaders here as.
All right, so they're going to come across the cyclocross course.
Yeah.
The cobbles there, and then that, like you say, that last over-under. It's kind of the last big punch.
It's pretty. Yeah, I mean,
it's a steep one.
It's a steep one, and we've seen people make moves right there before, and so I wonder if right here, if Weston doesn't try to put in a big dig as they come out of the woods. They're about to go over those cobbles that you just talked about right here. And when they do that, they're going to punch out into the sunshine. Now, again.
Thornton's going.
Thornton's making the move on the outside now.
Thornton's going for it.
Coming around Weston again. Weston winning the short track on Friday. And here you go, trying to carry speed up and over. Weston matching Thornton, though.
Yeah. What a battle.
And now they're going to go by this feed for the final
no one's
time.
going to take a feed
they're
now.
Just head down, time trialing. Oh, he does.
Why was he taking a feed with 2 minutes to go?
Missed 2 bottles.
Need to talk to their coach on that one. Stay focused and on the pedals.
Yeah,
you're already home. This is last lap.
This one's going to come down to a sprint. Now they're going to go up and over this little flyover, drop back down.
I don't know that Elkins wanted to let Thornton lead, but let's see if he proves me wrong.
Look at the cadence. He's trying to stay with him. It seems like Thornton's riding in a little bit higher gear, carrying a little bit more speed. But okay, now it looks like he's building some momentum. As Weston Elkins seeing if he can find an open door to make a pass here. Weston now on the inside. Is he going to make the move there? They're going to go up and around Stonehenge here.
It's got to be off a Talladega turn. There's no passing through here. It's going to be off a Talladega turn that Weston Elkins is going to have to come around and show us some horsepower.
Max Thornton taking the inside line, shutting down that door. And they got one more big left and then a sweeping right Talladega-like turn. Shut that door down as well. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen, to the finish line. They're side by side as they come up and around Stonehenge. They're going to hit this tarmac and got about 100 meters. Here's that sprint we were talking about. Who's got the better sprint in them? Who's it going to be? They are neck and neck, side by side as they come to the line.
Thornton.
Max Thornton taking the win.
Thornton on the full suspension. Great ride, Max. Great job, Weston. You were right there, man. Gave it everything. Look at these guys. Spent.
Left it all out on the course. What an incredible finish.
Let's go back to the Noah.
Second place. We have Noah Elkins and Cooper Wells out there battling it out. See if we can't pick up where that battle's out. But again, congratulations to Max Thornton out sprinting.
Here we go.
Weston Elkins.
So I think this is this Wells and Noah coming through the feed? I feel like it is.
We've got a group of 2 out there in the feed.
We're going to have another sprint finish, my man. This place produces some of the best finishes we've seen in the last 6 years in U.S. cross country.
Don't disagree as we're looking now as they come up and over that flyover. Here they are, and look, they're on the gas too. They too are neck and neck. This is going to be a sprint for the 3rd podium spot potentially.
He's going long.
As Noah Elkins was setting the pace there over Cooper Wells. We'll see if he can close down all the doors on approach.
He's going long. I think he might have this. Wells is going to need to close that gap into the headwind, and Cooper's definitely the smaller of these 2 riders, so that wind's going to affect him.
Oh, there's Nolan out of the saddle, creating a few bike links here as they approach. They're going to have a couple more turns. Definitely more separation than we just saw. We'll see if Cooper can.
I think he's got it. I think Nolan's got enough daylight to make this happen, Brandon. Coming into Talladega turn, Crosses the timing, Matt. Oh yeah, I think Wells has just regulated himself to fourth. He's not going to be able to close this. He's coming off this. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty clear victory, but a hard-fought one between these two. So you got
Nolan Elkins going to come across the line, unofficial in third. And
great job, guys.
Cooper Wells with a strong effort. Going to see him on the podium later today. His podium award's going to be 5 deep. Ty Katie, thanks for joining us for that race. Always a pleasure. Excited when you jump in the booth with us.
I appreciate you having me, but, you know, Frankie is charging us a pretty penny. Might as well get him back in here and working for me. So I'm going to disappear and finish up some race director stuff, and let's get Frankie and Dreo back on to finish this weekend. I appreciate
another sprint here, finishing out racing for top 10 out here. Ty, thanks again. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for everything you do. Happy to celebrate our 6th year of the Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. So unofficially, Max Thornton taking the win for our 13, 14-year-old, followed by Weston Elkins, Nolan Elkins in third, Cooper Wells fourth, Everett Cruz fifth, Joe Warder sixth, Elliot Knox in seventh, as we're still looking to round out our top 10 for our junior boys 13, 14-year-old race. This is going to be Bryce Stevens coming across the line, going to find himself in a top 10. Just about 36 seconds off from 7th place. So a lot of battles happening out here on course. Some exhilarating finishes to tie a bow on what has been an incredible week of racing here. 4 action-packed days of racing in beautiful, sunny Fayetteville, Arkansas. As we welcome in spring. At times it's felt more like summer this weekend, and starting to warm up again today. It's going to be a hot one. Upwards of 90 degrees again. Nice little wind today. The wind really calmed down yesterday, and it definitely got hot here at the venue as Connor Rowley and Sebastian Tirado come across the line. That's going to round out your top 10 with Sebastian sneaking in, round out your top 10 for our junior boys 13-14 competition. Look back here on the course at some of the other action. Is you got Austin Galding there pedaling through your screen. That would be Aiden with Pittsburgh North Cycling coming through. And rider 870 on your screen, Reed Griffiths. Landon Flugel there as well. And Paul Baggett with Texas Devo. Pretty easy to pick out that Texas kit. As Ty said, racers from 42 states, making this really its own mini national championship to kick off the season. Only we bring in a bunch of international riders to mix things up. As Dylan Fairbarn comes across the line, going to find himself second in that C2 15, 16-year-old Cat 2 race. Congratulations unofficially to Connor Wilson taking the win for our Cat 2 race. Look back at some of our riders here. Just about a half a lap to go from this point on. A couple more miles of racing left. Look back here at the venue. It's Braden Megan, Owen Hall, Thomas Oswald all coming in. Fisher Palamaki now making his way through Stonehenge. Quincy Groton Highs, Raylan Levy, and this is going to be Wyatt Pollier on his way in, racing for Cardinal Bicycle. A little 3-up effort there at the finish line. As we look back to the race action now, as again, rider senior on your screen at home, about a half lap left of racing. About hit the halfway mark on their final lap. And Robert Spencer, RJ Cart, Isaac Roche all rolling in here. These two finishing strong. As that was RJ Cart coming around. Next up is going to be Luca Williford, Dylan Alvarez, and Jack Brown now rolling in. Great job, gentlemen. Jack racing for that Tribe. Next up, we got Southside XC Devo rider. This is Landon Averill. Part of our C2 men's 17 18-year-old race. Going to find himself in the top 3. There's Jonathan Clark, Jackson Thurman with Oz Devo team, Liam Bull and Cooper White now coming in. Jackson finishing just inside the top 10 in our C2 15 16-year-old race. Liam rounding out that top 10 as Xander Lewis comes through. Going to find himself in the top 5 for our C2 17 18-year-old race. See him on the podium here in a little bit. Julian Intrup, Alex Chenard, Sebastian Garrett, Ray Steeders, Wyatt Frisbee, Pablo Schwartz, all rolling across the line. For Team Booger, Evan Aschenbrenner coming across the line now, followed by Jacob Sheridan and Bryson French. This is going to be Oliver Asrani racing for Northworks. As Oliver Spriggs makes his way through, wrapping up his race. Ian Barton looks over his shoulder, just going to be able to soft pedal this one across. Followed by Jonathan Yates, Gavin Chambliss, and Thomas Higdon. Part of that DCR Dirt Camp Racing crew with us this weekend. Again, riders from 42 states, over 40 states represented this week at the Walmart Pro Cup. Fueled by Honey Stinger. A strong finish here by Miles Marsecki. And Ryder Kurth now coming in. It's going to be Bowden Hastings, the Rangers Devo coming across the line. Reminder, parents, friends, family, fans, frenemies, everybody here at the venue, going to do that final podium of the weekend at 1:30. So we are Still a little bit out. We'll let this race get wrapped up, but right now I think we're staying on schedule. That final podium of the day going to be 1:30 this afternoon here in about 40 minutes, so plenty of time to start that recovery process as Bobby Brown, not that Bobby Brown, Logan Clothier, Gussie Rainier are coming across the line now. Bob Brown going to take the top step for our Cat 2 50-59 age group race. Congratulations, sir. Ashton Pease now coming in, as well as Henry Reich and Sawyer Pierce. Rowan Ebner on approach as well. A reminder, 1:30 going to be that podium for our Wave 3 and 4 races that are finishing up right now. So that's going to include all of our Pro Cat 2 men, our junior boy 13-14, junior men 15-16, our Cat 2, 3, 17, 18-year-old men. Going to do top 5 on those podiums, top 5. So if you finish top 5 in any of the waves of racing here, Wave 3 or Wave 4 of races, going to be doing those podiums here in about 40 minutes. Sebastian Falk, Paxton Catalano, Austin Galding, and Philip Bender now. Be Aiden with Pittsburgh North Cycling come across the line here. Top 25 finish in a big field in that 15-16 Cat 2 race happening. Reed Griffiths now about to roll across the line shortly. Is it wrapping up what has been an exciting week of racing. Once again, we're about 38 minutes out from that final podium of the weekend. Riders top 5. We're going to recognize top 5 efforts for our Pro Cat 2 men, our junior boys 13-14, 15-16, 17-18. All those podiums happening at 1:30.
Riders, as a reminder, we have our podium coming up at 1:30. Once again, 1:30. We're about 20 minutes out to our podium for all of our waves. 1:30 podium.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
Looking for Peter. Are you locked and loaded? Yeah, I see you hanging out in the shade there, smart man. All right, just making sure we are good to go. Time to get out of this wind. Time to get out of this dirt and dust. Time to get out of the sunshine. Time to finish up our Walmart Pro Cup. Fueled by Honey Stinger. Starting off with our junior boys, 15-16 again. Junior boys, 15-16. We're doing top 5 for all of our categories. Top 5, in this case, 5th place, XL Cycling, Hendrik Wuso. Fourth place, Grayson Wimberly. So a 5th for Wuso, a 4th for Wimberly. The 3rd place, Ronan King Ellison. Second place, Free Fly Elite Development Team. They battled all day long out there on that road, or on the trails. It's Brody Lake. And congratulations once again, winning one of the short track races and now coming back to win the cross country. Please welcome Isaac Sproul. Arms up. That's our champions right there. Congratulations, Sproul. Double winner here in our Pro Cup, and Brody Lake, Ronan King Ellison, Grayson Wimberly, Hendrik Wuso. Men's category 19 plus. Men's category 19 plus. Hoggesberman Racing Seattle. We're looking for Felipe Timoteo Nystrom Spencer. That'll be a 5th place for Nystrom Spencer. 4th place, that's going to be going to John Cox with Contour Racing. Moving on to 3rd, Nick Martini with Kickback Racing. Second place, Hard Excel Pro Cycling. That's going to go to Jeremy Norris. And your winner, he won yesterday as well. He rides in a big gear. He's got all the power that you need. It's Dirt Camp Racing, Drew Edsall. Category 1 men 17-18. Category 1 men 17-18. Brendan Beer riding for the Tribe. You're going to finish up in 5th place. Dirt Camp Racing for the 4th. Elijah Kemp. Team Soldier Hollow, 3rd place. Jasper Armstrong. Another Tribe team member, 2nd place, a silver medal, Finn Cromwell. And your winner on the day, also riding with Tribe, Tucker Platt.
We can redo it real quick. So who am I putting in? Wait, I don't even know what I'm putting in. Who am I putting in? Where? For what number? And then is it the 5th stay the same?
Hey, really quick, we're going to redo Cat 1 Boys 15-16 if they're still around. You do not have to hand out new plaques. Do not hand out new plaques. Hendrik Wusso, head on up with the blue jersey with Excel. He was here earlier. Hopefully he's still around. We're going to redo a picture. Nice. Excellent job. Now in 4th place, he races for Oz Racing. He made it out of the podium. Grayson Wimberly. That was the mistake that we had made, is that we had left out Grayson. Braxton, maybe. Excuse me. Sorry, I was reading what I had messed up before. So congratulations, Braxton, picking up that 4th place. How about Ronan King Ellison in 3rd? Hop back up there. Brody Lake in 2nd. Hop on up there too as well. And then I'm looking for Isaac Sproul for the top step if you're still around with that red jersey. Isaac still around, or did he? There we go. Apologies for that with a little bit of miscommunication with our results. These are your top 5 with our Junior Boys 15-16. Once again, congratulations, 1 through 5. Junior men 17-18, Category 1 17-18. Brendan Beer. Brendan in 5th place, riding for the Tribe. Oh, my goodness, Tribe all over. Did I? Oh, I already did these guys, didn't I? Did I already do 17-18, somebody? All right, thank you. Let me scratch them. All right, 19-29. Dirt Camp Racing, stacking the podium. We're going to start off with the Dirt Camp Racer, Jelani Davis. He came off of winning the short track, and Jelani Davis, DCR, in 5th. Finishing up in 4th. Guess what? It's Dirt Camp Racing again. Rio Hawkins. Breaking onto the podium in 3rd place, Tried Racing, Canyon Miner. With a great ride, he's going to finish up in 2nd place, Jack Brown. And continuing with the trend of Dirt Camp Racing, your overall winner and champion, Jacob Fernandez. Arms up in the air, Fernandez, Brown, Miner, Hawkins, and Davis. Category 1 men 40-49. Category 1 men 40 to 49. It's going to be 2 places deep going back 2. So silver medal, Dirt Camp Racing again, Joshua Reed. So as Reed picks up the silver, that only leaves 1 spot left. The gold medal to Nick Vaughn, number 1 from Knight's Bike Shop. Did Nick stick around? Nick didn't stick around. Well, nice job, Joshua. Excellent ride out there. Men's 50 to 59. 50 to 59. Scott Hamilton. Scott's in 5th place, riding for Ozark Off-Road Cyclists. 4th place is going to go to Steve Westover. Finishing up in 3rd, Chris Zymek. Second place going to the B-17 racing rider, Jim Hewitt. And your champion in the 50 to 59, please welcome Justin Thomas. Justin's moving slower to the podium than he did in the bike race. A little bit of tired legs out there. Congratulations once again. These are your top 5. Continuing on with wave number 4, Junior Boy 13-14. Junior Boy 13-14. Very exciting race out there. Everett Cruz, come on down. Everett races for Hatch Toyota Racing, finishing up in 5th place for Everett. 4th place is going to go to Cooper Wells. So with Cruz in 5th, Wells in 4th, we're going to get a pair of brothers, the Elkins Brothers Racing. I'm looking for Nolan Elkins in 3rd and Weston Elkins in 2nd. The final sprint only separated by 1 inch. It came down to the bike throw. And coming out on top, Hub Youth Cycling, Max Thornton. Arms up. Congratulations again. Thornton with the Elkins brothers, Wells and Cruz. A fantastic ride out here for the Junior Boys 13-14 here at our U.S. Pro Cup. Category 2 boys 15-16. Category 2 15-16. Robert Spencer. Spencer, number 5. Looking for number 4, Southside Cross Country Devo team, Michael Renier. Obviously a fan favorite. What about 3rd place? Fitness All Out Racing, Owen Hall. Second place going to be Dylan Fairbairn. And your winner, riding for Nuke Sunrise, please welcome number 1, Connor Wilson. Blue skies and the sun shining down on our champions. A great podium here at our U.S. Pro Cup. Category 2 men 17-18. Category 2 men 17-18. Xander Lewis, Boulder Junior Cycling Team. Excellent ride out there. What about Cooper White? You're going to finish up in 4th place with our South Side. And let's continue with the South Side Devo. It's Landon Aberly. Landon is going to be in third place. Hopping into that second position from the Tribe, Jack Brown. And riding away from everyone, going solo, Oz Racing, RJ Cart. Excellent job, Cart, Brown, Eberly, White, and Lewis. These are your top 5. Category 2 men, 19 to 29. Category 2 men, 19 to 29. We're going to go 2 places deep, 2 places deep. So that means we're starting off with a silver medal for Nicholas Clark, number 2. Both of these riders know each other well. The Southside XC Devo team. Clark in second. Jonathan Yates on the top step, number 1. Teammates with matching jerseys, 1 and 2 on the day. Congratulations. Category 2 men, 30 to 39. Talking about one spot, and it's only the top spot. It's a gold medal. Hayden Smith. Hayden, are you around? Well, if he shows up, we can give him his plaque. Otherwise, we're going to move on to our Category 2 men, 40 to 49. And that's going to be third place. It's a bronze medal ride. Colby Besaw. Colby riding for the bike shop out of Stuart, Florida. Finishing up in second, the 40 to 49. Travis Nelson. And your winner with those very distinctive red jerseys from Team Booger, Alden Kroll. Moving on to the final podium for our men's 50 to 59. Finishing up in 5th place, Jeremy Duckworth. Duckworth with a 5th place. 4th place going to Christian Miner. 3rd place with DRJ Racing, Brett Westerbeck. Second place, Steven Schwarzy. And your winner, Contour Endurance, this is Bobby Brown. $50 to $59 riders, thanks for sticking around to be able to make a podium, to be able to celebrate your U.S. Pro Cup. For everybody at the Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, I'd like to be able to say thank you very much for coming out, taking the time and resources to come and make one of the greatest mountain bike races even better as we continue to celebrate 6 years here at Centennial Park. For Ty, Katie, and the rest of the crew, a big thank you to all the volunteers, and for everyone, please drive home safely, and we look forward to seeing you next year in 2027.